Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Every 24 hours, a little bit of everything happens. 2 million people make a lot of history in one day. They write it all down and file it away. Some of it's important, some of it isn't. Business, industry, government. You buy a 3-cent stamp or an oil well. They keep records on all of it. Progress, money, success, and failure. A complete history of every day. Some of it's public, some of it's personal. It's all written down. In my job, we catalog trouble. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, October 6th. It was sultry in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 10:45 a.m. when we got to the Ortega Hotel. A 30-year-old man had disappeared suddenly. We'd uncovered evidence of foul play. The list of suspects was narrowed down to one man, the last person to see the victim alive. We traced the suspect for months. The break finally came. We found him.
Taking his time, isn't he?
Yeah, you want to try it again?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah? Police officers, your name Henry Ross?
Computer.
Get it, Ed. Watch it, Ed.
Hands behind your back, both of them. Sit down in that chair.
What is this? You guys really cops? No fooling, are you cops? I thought you were faking.
I showed you my card at the door.
Yeah, I thought you were faking, that's the truth. There's a couple of guys out to muss me up, and I thought you were them.
Your name Henry Ross?
Sure, that's right. No, I thought you were one of those mooches I had a fight with in the bar the other night. He said he was going to get a pal and come back and take care of me.
Yeah?
Well, sure, I got no reason to fight cops. Didn't do my room any good. The landlady's going to scream.
All right, you want to finish up dressing? I want to talk to you downtown.
What's it about, officer?
Missing person. We'll brief you when we get downtown.
All right with me. Would you take these cuffs off, please? Kind of hard to dress with them.
All right, bend over.
I don't know why you have to slap cuffs on me. I didn't know you were cops.
Mind if we check through your things, Ross?
Huh? Why?
Mind?
Well, go ahead if you want. I got nothing to hide. If you spoke up at the door, there wouldn't have been this fight. I thought you were that mooch in the bar and his friend. Thought you were looking for trouble.
All right, mister, you about ready to go?
Oh, I'd like to brush my teeth first, if you don't mind. Got a mouthful of cotton this morning.
Where do you keep your toothbrush?
Well, over here, I'll get it.
Never mind. All right.
Can you turn on the water tap?
You can make out.
Nothing, Joe. Pretty clean.
Of course I'm clean. How about some toothpaste? What'd you expect? Anybody can make a mistake. I didn't know you were cops.
Henry Ellsworth Ross. That's your full name?
Hmm? Yeah, that's right. Hardly ever use the L's word. Lousy name, huh? Well, what's the picture of all this, officer?
We told you. Missing person. We'd like to talk to you about it.
Don't think I can help you. Nobody I know's missing.
How about Paul Davis?
Davis? Yeah, I knew it, Davis. Don't know if his name was Paul, though. Have been gone a long time, this guy Davis?
Yeah, that's right.
Was something wrong, you think?
Yeah, we figure murder. After going over his room thoroughly, we took Henry Ellsworth Ross back to the city hall to the interrogation room. He was a longshoreman by trade. Among his friends and acquaintances, he was known as a heavy drinker and a man with a violent temper. Ed and I questioned him for half an hour. We got nowhere.
I'll tell you the truth. I just don't know what you're getting at. I think I knew a guy named Davis, and that's about as far as it goes.
You sure that's all you have to tell us?
Of course I'm sure. Well, look, I got a right to a lawyer if you're going to stand there and throw a lot of charges at me.
We're not throwing charges at you, Henry. We got a missing persons case. Like to have you cooperate. That's about it.
Well, maybe I'd like to, but I can't. Paul Davis. Just a name to me. Maybe I know him. I don't know.
You got that report there, Ed?
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. According to his wife, Paul Davis left Los Angeles by auto a little over 4 months ago. He was driving up to Oakdale, California to take a job with the dairy company. He never got there. He's been missing ever since.
And what's the pitch?
Well, all we've been able to find is Davis's car. 36 Ford Coupe. 7 Tom 7972. Was sold a month ago up in Lodi, California, but Davis didn't sell it. A man by the name of Carter signed the pink slip at the time of sale. Henry Carter.
Sorry, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, this Carter made it look like Paul Davis had signed the Ford over to him. We checked it out. Davis's signature was forged.
That's all. Supposed to have something to do with me?
Did you ever use the name Henry Carter?
Of course not. Ross, that's the only name I go by.
You never had your name changed?
No.
You never used an alias?
I told you no.
Wonder if you'd mind taking a look at this here.
Well, what's it got to do with me?
That's the pink slip to Paul Davis's car, Henry. Now, these signatures on the back, transfer of ownership, you recognize either one of them?
Paul Davis and Henry H. Carter. Well, just names to me. Well, am I supposed to recognize something?
Should, yeah.
Why?
The signatures, they're both in your handwriting.
How about it, Henry?
How about what? I don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to give me the treatment? What's it all about?
We're trying to locate Paul Davis.
I'm not even sure I know the guy.
Now, look, I think you better level, Henry. Our handwriting man checked both the signatures. It's your writing.
Well, maybe better get a new handwriting, man. I never saw that slip and I never wrote those signatures. Anybody can copy handwriting.
I got something else for you here. I'd like to have you check it over, Ross, see if you can identify it.
What is it?
It's a letter. Take a look at it. Mean anything to you?
No, nothing. Hope you're not going to tell me that's my handwriting.
That's what the report says.
It's crazy. I never wrote like that in my life.
All the writing characteristics match up, same as the signatures on the pink slip.
All right, maybe they are the same. I didn't write one, though. I never wrote like that in my life. Look here, I'll show you.
No, that's all right, Henry. Ed, you want to pull the package from R&I?
Yeah, okay.
I don't sabe one bit of this, Sergeant. How about laying it out for me, huh?
You can see the name there at the bottom of the letter. Now, it's signed Henry Carter, same as the pink slip.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
That letter was sent to the wife of Paul Davis about 9 weeks ago. That says there that Davis supposedly was too busy to write his wife, so he had this Henry Carter send a letter. He also writes that Davis sold his car to Carter.
Somebody trying to cover it up, huh?
Yeah, we think so. We think it's Henry Carter.
This guy Davis been gone 4 months?
That's right.
You said you thought Davis was murdered. How come?
Just an idea.
Oh.
8 men have disappeared from around here in the last 14 months, just like Davis. 6 more up in the San Joaquin Valley, same way. They took off alone on auto trips. Never seen again, not a trace of them.
Here you go, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. We've got your record here, Henry, from Baton Rouge. We sent to Sheriff Clemens for it.
Look, do we have to drag all that out again? It's past.
There's just one thing we had to check out, Henry. Now, you told us that you never used an alias, is that right?
Well, all right, I have. I didn't know what you were getting at. I didn't figure it was any use in dragging out dirty laundry again.
I asked you if you ever used the name Henry Carter.
Yeah, okay, I used it. It's a common name. A lot of Henry Carters around.
We only know one who fits your description.
Well, I'm clean, you know that.
Smoke, Henry?
No.
Joe?
Thanks.
You let me have one, huh?
Sure.
Henry, we rode this thing for 4 months all over the state, and I'll tell you what we got. We'll let you make up your own mind.
It's not my writing.
On June 4th, Paul Davis left Los Angeles in his car, headed up for Oakdale. Late in the afternoon, he stopped for gas at a service station just beyond San Fernando. The attendant says a man was with Davis. You fit that man's description, Henry.
Yeah? I seen monks like that in court. They get on the stand, I can't even remember their name.
A couple others. You and Davis stopped for a hamburger just outside of Gorman. There's a man there. He remembers you, too. You stopped again in Bakersfield, picked up a quart of oil for the car. You and Davis had a Coke. That's the last time he was seen alive.
That makes me a killer, huh?
A month after that, the pink slip of Davis's car came through DMV up in Sacramento. That was for the transfer of ownership from Davis to Henry Carter, both in your handwriting. A couple of weeks later, Mrs. Davis got that letter. A month ago, Davis's car was sold to a dealer up in Lodi.
Yeah?
We found the dealer. Ross showed him your mugshot. He says you sold him the car.
That all?
No, that's just the main part. There's more. We've been on the road a lot. We followed you from here to Sacramento and back, Henry. Every stop, every detour. Took us a long time.
Yeah, guess it did.
What'd he say, Ross?
Nothing.
All right. Any way you want it, Henry.
Yeah, I guess you worked hard on it, huh? All over the state.
That's right.
Must be pretty hot up in the valley. Summertime. Dusty, huh?
We made out.
I've never been up in the valley in summer. Too hot for me.
We got people who saw you up there.
You know, what's it prove? 10 people, some handwriting samples. You can't build a case on that. You know that, don't you?
We're gonna try.
You think I murdered Davis? You, Sergeant?
Yeah?
You think I murdered those other guys, too, huh? Oh, what was it, 10 or 12 of them?
We're asking about Davis.
You think I killed him? Well, tell me the truth, do you? You think I murdered Davis?
Yeah, I think you did, Henry.
Uh-huh. And you know as well as I do, there's only one way to prove it.
Yeah?
Find his body.
1:15 p.m. Ed and I took Henry Ross out and fed him some lunch. Then we took him back to the city hall to the interrogation room where we continued to question him. He was relaxed and he talked a great deal about everything but the disappearance of Paul Davis. He didn't seem anxious to get away. He made no demands for an attorney to represent him. He told us about different homicide cases that he'd read up on. He asked us about the 12 men who disappeared in the past months in the same manner Paul Davis had. Was there any trace of them at all? Did we have any leads? We finally got around to asking him if he'd submit to a lie detector test. He seemed taken by the idea and agreed to it almost immediately. We made up a list of key questions. Ed called Sergeant Berger and made arrangements for the test. At 5 p.m., we took the suspect to the 3rd floor of the old city jail where Sergeant Berger gave him the polygraph test. When it was over, we brought him back to the interrogation room. The questioning continued. Ross kept talking. We let him talk. 8 p.m. He was still going strong.
You remember the Wilson case back in 34, don't you, Sergeant? Woman killed her whole family. Big case. You remember it?
Yeah. Pretty tragic.
Not a hobby of yours, Henry? Collecting murder stories?
No, I just read them. I remember them. Guess I can remember every murder case in the past 15 years.
That's so.
Well, sure, just about all of them. I guess it's kind of a hobby. I get a big kick out of it.
Joe, see you a minute?
Yeah.
Berger over in the polygraph room just called.
What'd he say?
They found 16 positive reactions on Ross.
Thanks, Bates.
You know, there's one thing I get a real kick out of. These detective magazines, mystery stories, you know, the way they make out the murderer.
How do you mean?
Well, you know, they always build it into something big. Somebody's always killing somebody else for $1 million or maybe over some woman, some beautiful woman. Same with the movies. That's where they get it all mixed up.
I don't think I follow you, Henry.
Sure you do. Every time some guy writes a murder story, he's got to build up a big reason for the killing.
Well, it generally works out that way, doesn't it?
Why? I'll bet there's 1,000 murder cases in your files without a reason. Some people kill, that's all. I've heard about lots of them. Sure, they just want to kill and they go ahead and do it. Maybe for a few bucks, maybe for nothing. They just do it, that's all.
That's so.
Well, sure. You know that. Like this thing you've been talking about. 10, 12 guys disappear. They got a few bucks, maybe they got nothing. Somebody plows them under, that's all. No big reason, they just do it. So 12 guys are gone. Doesn't mean anything.
Is that how you figured it, Henry?
Huh?
Phone call a minute ago. That was from the man who gave you the lie detector test.
Oh, that right? How'd it go?
Well, he just finished going over your graph. He got 16 positive reactions.
Yeah? What would that mean?
You lied, Henry. 16 times.
Is that right? Yeah, but I told him to get a new machine. I lied all the way through.
Mind telling us why?
No, I don't mind. I guess I knew you'd find out. Well, let's go out and get something to eat first, huh? Hungry.
We better talk a little more, Henry.
Now, let's go. I'll tell you while we're eating. Bring a pencil and I'll draw you a map.
A map of what?
The canyon, where I buried him.
Ed and I took Henry Ross out to get him something to eat. At his request, we went to Helga's health shop. It was almost closing time. Ross got himself a salad, molasses bread, yogurt, a vegetable burger, and some grape juice. Ed and I settled for a Swiss cheese sandwich and some grape juice.
Vegetable burger and beets, huh? Sure smells great.
Yeah, can't take those beets too well. They repeat on me.
Not me. I can eat anything.
Salt and pepper?
Yeah, thanks. You know, I haven't eaten much today. Hey, did you get your sandwich made with molasses bread?
No, wheat germ bread.
Oh, you should have got molasses bread. Real blackstrap molasses. Smell it. Nice and fresh, huh? Oh, you know, this yogurt really sharpens up my appetite. Food tastes great, huh?
Want some saccharin, Joe?
Yeah, thanks.
We brought a pencil along, Ross. Want us to start making notes?
Good time as any, I guess. You know, the whole thing comes right back to what I was trying to tell you there in the office.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, you know about the phony mystery stories. And every time there's trouble, there's a big reason behind it. Phony, that's all.
Yeah?
Sure. This Paul Davis, for instance. Well, I guess I knew you'd find out. I knew this morning when you picked me up. I knew you had it figured. Must have been a big job, huh? Finding me.
Pretty big, Henry, yeah. A lot of mileage. How'd it happen?
Well, there again, it's just what I was saying. There's no reason behind it. I needed a few bucks, and this Davis came along. I guess he was it. So you want to pass me the salt?
There you are.
Where'd you meet Davis, Henry?
Well, I was hitchhiking out in Ventura. Not a dime in my jeans. I was going up to Maricopa. Thought I had a job up there. Well, this Davis came along and picked me up.
You ever know him before that?
No, a stranger. Said he was going to Oakdale and be glad to give me a ride.
Go ahead.
Well, I think we stopped for gas up around San Fernando, and I saw that he had a few bucks in his wallet. I guess that's when I got the idea.
About what?
Killing him. Maybe that gives you an idea what I was talking about. You don't need any big reason to kill somebody. Davis had 18 bucks. Suppose I told that to a writer. Somebody killing the guy for 18 bucks. Wouldn't make much sense, huh? To tell you to never sell, you need $1 million. Beautiful woman. Good motive.
Where'd you kill him, Henry?
Outside of Bakersfield, little canyon there. And picked up a fifth of sherry in Bakersfield, and I got Davis to drink some on the way. Say, would you pass the salt again?
Yeah. Here you are.
Lettuce is no good without a lot of salt.
How'd you kill Davis, Henry?
Funny thing. He drank some of the wine and got a little sleepy. That was just outside of Bakersfield, and it was dark by that time. Spotted this little canyon, and I figured it was as good a place as any.
Yeah?
Well, I got him to pull off the road, and we had a few more drinks, and I spotted this little shack out there, out in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly where was this, Henry?
Well, I can show you. Maybe 2 miles north of Bakersfield. We got to the shack and finished the wine, and then we went to sleep.
Both of you?
Mm-hmm. That's where the funny part comes in. Well, I guess I killed Davis, all right, but I didn't mean it. Oh, get a whiff of that, will you? I think those monks would figure out some other time to clean up except when people are eating.
They'll be through in a minute.
How do you mean, Henry, you didn't mean to kill him? You already told us you had the idea.
Well, sure, I had the idea. Well, let me explain it then. Well, we both went to sleep in this shack, Davis and me. Guess that must have been about 9 o'clock that night. Just don't know what it was. Maybe the wine, I guess, and I started having nightmares.
Huh?
Yeah. Now, maybe this part sounds like a story, but it's the truth. I had all these dreams. I woke up, but they were still there.
What's that?
All the faces. That's all I could see. The air was full of faces. I guess I was really still asleep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I picked up a 2x4 and started swinging at them. Faces. Funny thing, I knew every one of those faces.
How do you mean?
People I killed. There's only a dozen of them, really, but it seemed like there were hundreds of them. All around in the air. Grabbed a 2x4 and started swinging. I was cold and I was sweating at the same time. I kept swinging. Then I saw Davis. Swung hard, kept swinging. He didn't even make a sound, eyes closed. Kept swinging at his head. When I came to, there he was, lying on the floor. Seemed to take those other faces away. They didn't bother me after I killed Davis.
What'd you do with him, Henry?
Oh, I pulled him outside the shack, dug a hole and buried him. Burned his clothes, took his car and money and drove off. I'll show you if you like. Where I buried him, I mean.
How about those other men, Ross? These faces you saw.
Yeah, I wonder if I can get some more of that juice. Sure looks good.
Oh, sure. Here, take mine. I haven't touched it. What about it, Ross, the other men?
Well, I don't recall them too well. It's what you said in the office. 10 or 12 of them. A couple in Sacramento and the others down through the valley. Like I say, no big reason for killing any of them. Just happened that way, that's all.
What'd you do with them, you remember?
In general, yeah. There's one of them, though, that stands out. A guy by the name of Slattery. Some kind of salesman. A real crybaby.
Where'd this happen?
Only he picked me up in his car outside of Chowchilla. It was nighttime and he was feeling pretty good. I made him stop on a side road and hit him with a piece of angle iron. Cried like a baby. Buried him in the field. He was one of those faces I saw. Shows you how psychology works, huh?
Yeah. What'd you do with his car? Slattery's, I mean.
I drove it down to Mexico and sold it there. Guess that's what I should have done with Davis's car, huh?
Those killings of yours, Henry. You got any more you want to tell us about?
I told you already. 10 or 12 of them. They're pretty much the same.
When was the first one?
Oh, maybe 18 months, 2 years ago. First one wasn't any harder than the last. Just like I was telling you before.
Yeah.
You know, everybody builds up murder. It's supposed to be a big thing. Hard to do. All those phony stories. Might hit a guy a couple times with something. That'd be it. A real small thing. Didn't change me any. And that's why I say it's all built up.
You ever been treated for any mental sickness, Ross?
No, why?
You ever been examined by a psychiatrist?
No.
After you killed these men, did it bother you at all?
Oh, just that one dream. The time I was with Davis. That's about it. Sure a good meal, Sergeant. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, okay. Ready?
Let's go.
We go back to City Hall now, huh?
Yeah. You ready to give us a statement now?
All right. I had an idea you'd find me. I guess I always knew you'd find me.
Yeah?
Well, I guess I proved my point anyway. It's all built up.
What is?
Well, murder, killing somebody. Those phony stories, it's all built up. It's just cheap.
You got it wrong, Henry.
Huh?
Wait till they read you the bill. Come on, let's go.
On January 7th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. One of the biggest in the United States. Spreads out in all four directions like a broadloom rug. To the south and west, it's the downtown business district. To the east, the industrial area. Los Angeles, California. It's pretty much like your town. This is a Spanish priest, one of the city's founders. It's changed a lot since then. It's got high-tension wires bringing in the power and bus lines to get you where you're going. It's got railroads and freight yards. Churches, any kind you want. Public parks and lakes. It's got a police department. And a city hall. This is where I work. I'm a cop. It was Thursday, July 17th. It was sultry in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 1:35 p.m. when we got back to the city hall. 9 months before, a jewelry salesman was slugged and robbed of $20,000 in precious stones. It took us weeks of investigation before we discovered the man responsible for the holdup. It took more weeks of legwork to gather all the evidence. We needed one more thing. His statement. Ed, you want to call the captain? He said he'd be in the corner pocket.
Yeah, fine.
I'd still like to know what this is all about, Sergeant, dragging me down here in the middle of the
Captain
day.
Didion.
Hold it a minute, Garvey.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Skipper. This is Jacobs. We just got back. Yeah. All of them? Good. Right. We're in your office. Yeah, thanks.
The others check in all right?
Yeah, just got back. Worked out fine.
Would you please explain what this is about? Why have you brought me down here?
We think you know why.
I don't. I haven't any idea. You take me away from my store on a busy day, you put a police guard on it, you insist on bringing me down here. What's it all about? Now tell me.
You tell us, Mr. Garvey.
Tell you about what?
The jewel robbery 9 months ago, the holdup.
What holdup? My store hasn't been robbed.
We're talking about your friend, Thomas Ashley.
Ashley? What about him?
We think you remember it 9 months ago, the parking lot back of the building down on 4th Street.
Oh, yes, surely. Some holdup man slugged him, stole his case of samples. I remember it now, yeah. Poor Tom. The thief made a big haul, didn't he?
Unset diamonds, $20,000 worth.
Yeah, I remember it now. I don't think Tom's gotten over it yet. I was a jewelry salesman for the same company at the time. You know, the same company Tom was working for, I mean.
Yeah, we know.
Some of the big bosses thought Tom had a hand in it. They figured it was a put-up job. Nothing was further from the truth.
That's so?
Of course, I know Tom. Close friend of mine. He wouldn't be mixed up in a deal like that. Tom and I worked out of the same office for years. We've had him over to the house for dinner. We've even been on vacations together. One of the most honest men I know.
You sure about that, are you?
Of course I'm sure. Say, that isn't why you called me down here, is it? You don't think Tom had anything to do with that robbery, do you? You don't think he was in on it?
He had nothing to do with it. Think you know that as well as we do.
Then why am I here? There's nothing I can tell you about the holdup, only what I heard from Tom, what I read in the newspapers.
Now, you can tell us a lot more, Garvey. We didn't bring you down here just to pass the time of day.
Tom was slugged and his sample case of stones was taken. That's all I can tell you.
You're a liar, mister.
What?
You engineered the whole thing. We know it, and so do you.
Is this some kind of a joke? If it is, I think it's in bad taste.
It's a long way from a joke, Garvey. You planned the job, you got the loot. We can give you chapter and verse.
I really think you're serious. You think I robbed Tom?
We got it past the thinking stage, Garvey. We already told you. We know you robbed him.
Now, wait a minute. This thing's ridiculous. The whole idea is ridiculous. I don't know who gave you the so-called information on me, but it's wrong. Nothing further from the truth.
Nobody gave us the information. We got it ourselves.
You're really serious, are you? I robbed Tom, and you can prove I did.
You're getting the idea.
I don't know what to say. It's fantastic. I robbed my best friend, Tom Ashley, 9 months ago. I have $20,000 worth of diamonds, and you can prove it.
Every bit of it. What about it?
I think you're out of your mind. My name is Ernest George Garvey. Are you sure I'm the man you want? There couldn't be a mistake.
There's no mistake.
This thing would be funny if I didn't think you were serious. Let me ask you just one question. Maybe that'll clear it up for you.
Yeah?
If I held up Tom Ashley, how is it he didn't recognize me?
You know better than that, Garvey.
What?
You didn't hold up Tom Ashley yourself. You had someone do it for you.
Oh, cloak and dagger, huh? I'm afraid this is getting a little too wild for me, Sergeant. Maybe you can waste your time making ridiculous charges. I can't. I'm going back to my store.
It's a weak bluff, mister. It's not going to do it.
Excuse me, are you sure you two men haven't been drinking?
Sit down, Garvey.
I told you I'm going back to my store.
Sit down.
You have no right to keep me here. Ridiculous charges. You think I'm one of those cheap hoodlums you're used to dealing with?
Now, come off it, mister. You got a $5,000 car and a $40,000 home. That doesn't rate you special treatment. You're a thief. You know it as well as we do.
I don't have to take this from you.
You haven't got much choice, mister. We just finished 5 months legwork proving it.
Proving what?
Sit down. You engineered that holdup. We know who you got to do it. We know how it was carried out. We know how you planned on disposing of the diamonds. We know who your fence was. We know what the split was. We know what you did with part of the money. We know how much you got left.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
What can I say? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Any way you want it, Mr. Garvey.
Maybe you'd like to tell me why I did all this.
You know it better than we do.
No, I mean it. Tell me.
You weren't making enough money at your job to suit yourself, suit your wife either.
It's pretty good. Marilyn get a big kick out of that.
All right, mister. We can wait it out as long as you want. We spent 9 months on it already. Another few days aren't going to make that much difference.
Just as a matter of curiosity, how'd you first start off on this tangent? Whatever gave you an idea that I had anything to do with the holdup?
When you started to spend money, new car, new office for yourself, new fur coat for your wife, transferred your 2 children to that private school.
That makes a holdup man out of me because I wanted to send my kids to a better school?
Where'd the money come from? Can you explain that?
Don't you think that's my business, Sergeant? Where I get my money, what I do with it?
Not when you get it stealing.
I'm afraid you're going just a little too far. You insist I'm a thief, I'm going to insist you prove it.
All right, have a look over here, Mr. Garvey.
Yes?
Some of the reports in the investigation, reams of them. They cover everything from the time of the jewel robbery up to late yesterday. Now, it's all right there. Everything from the crime report to signed statements.
How could that concern me?
3/4 of the stuff concerns you. Have a look for yourself.
I still can't get it straight in my mind. What makes you think I had anything to do with that robbery?
Do you know what this is, Garvey, this machine here?
No, some kind of recording apparatus.
That's right, it's a tape recorder.
You've been taking down this conversation. Why?
No, not this one. We've been recording every conversation that took place in your office for the past 4 months, every word.
What do you mean?
Just that, Garvey. Every time you talked on the phone, every visitor you had, it's all down on tape. 25 reels of it.
Interesting. Is that supposed to frighten me?
We don't care if it frightens you or not. Something else.
Yes?
Reports on what you've been doing for the last 4 months. Daily reports, every movement you made.
Is that so?
Everywhere you went, everyone you talked to, everything you did. You like to hear a sample?
This must be some kind of a joke. That's the only explanation I can think of.
May 12th, Thursday. Sergeants Bitteroff and Rafferty. Those are the 2 officers who were tailing you at the time. You checked in at your new office at 9:38 a.m. At 10:03 a.m., you had a visitor, a Kenneth Tyson. You talked to him in your office. The conversation's recorded. Tyson left at 10:18 a.m. At 10:32 a.m., you left your office.
If you're trying to impress me, I'm afraid it isn't working out very well.
Care for a cigarette, Garvey?
Well, thanks, I have my own.
All right.
I've wasted enough time. Exactly what's the point of all this?
It's pretty simple. You're responsible for a robbery. We can prove it. We're giving you a chance to make a statement.
It's nonsense.
Is it?
Of course. People following me, checking everything I do, where I spend my money, where I send my kids to school. What's it all about? It doesn't make sense.
Okay, Garvey, we've said it before. We can wait it out as long as you want.
Look, let's get this thing straight. Let's go back to the beginning and take it step by step.
Okay, fine.
The holdup was last fall, wasn't it? Sometime in October?
October 7th, Monday, 5:20 in the afternoon.
All right, now just what am I supposed to have done? None of your vague references about a new coat for my wife or where I send my kids to school. Let's have some facts.
Joe?
All right, Garvey. You went to work as a jewelry salesman for the company 10 years ago. Your friend Tom Ashley, the victim, started the same year. The 2 of you have been pretty close friends.
That's right, I told you that.
We'll skip the rest of your background for now. 2 weeks before the robbery on September 24th, you had a meeting with a Kenneth Tyson. You met him in a cafeteria on South Broadway. Tyson's 19 years old. He lives with an older sister. He works in a gas station on Olympic Boulevard. He's done some work in your car for you. That's how you happen to know him.
Yes, I think I remember the boy. I don't know him well, though. I don't recall the meeting either.
You know the boy very well. At the time of the meeting, you promised him $1,000 if he'd hold up your friend Tom Ashley.
Ridiculous.
Tyson agreed to it, and you briefed him on the plan. The following day, you gave him a gun, a .32 caliber Smith & Wesson, serial number 362744.
Nonsense. Where did you get that information?
Tyson.
He's lying. Believe me, if he told you that, he's lying. Is he the one who robbed Tom?
October 7th, at your direction, he was in the parking lot behind the Hunter Crosswell building. Tom Ashley came out to get in his car. He had a case of sample diamonds with him. Tyson held him up, slugged him, took the stones, and got away.
Of course, it's obvious. Tyson's trying to say I put him up to it. He's trying to get out of it that way.
I'm afraid not, Garvey. The boy couldn't have carried off the holdup by himself.
Of course he could. It's obvious he's trying to cover up.
There were 6 people in the company you worked for who knew that on Mondays, Ashley always took the case of sample diamonds along when he made his calls. Only on Mondays. You were one of the people who knew that.
I suppose you've considered the other 5 people?
They were all checked out at the time. They were all cleared, you along with them.
Well, I'm not clear anymore, is that it? This young hoodlum Tyson, you're willing to take his word over mine.
After the robbery, he took the case of diamonds to you. That was the next day. You paid him $500 and promised him the other $500 when you got rid of the stone.
Oh, I suppose I've gotten rid of them, or do I still have them? Which?
2 months after the holdup, you contacted a fence up in San Francisco. You drove up there and sold him some of the stones. He broke them up, and then he sold them. We know who he sold them to. We know what he got for them.
This fence, he's supposed to be another good friend of mine?
You're still doing business with him. His name's Fred Lawrence.
It's a new one on me. I don't know any Fred Lawrence. Can't even recall the name.
Maybe this'll help you, Garvey. Listen to him on the tape recorder.
What's all this about?
Phone conversation, Garvey. One of the things we recorded from your office. Let's see, this one was on March 18th.
I always thought wiretapping was against the law, or do you pay any attention to that?
We didn't tap your telephone line. We recorded everything from dictagraphs we installed in your store and back in your office. They started recording the day you moved in. That was March the 1st, wasn't it?
I don't know why you're telling me. I can sue you for that, you know. I can sue you for your last dollar.
All we're concerned with right now is Fred Lawrence. You say you don't know him. I'd like to have you listen to this, recorded March 18th in your office. All right?
Yeah, Mary. Mr. Lawrence? Yeah, sure. Put him on. Hi, Fred. How are you? That's so. Good. No, everything's fine. No heat at all. No, Tyson's all right. Believe me, he's a good kid. Right? Yeah, all right. Where? Well, I don't know. It might not be so good if you're seen coming here. Oh, 8 o'clock, 8:30. Okay, fine. It's close to 8:30, so you can make it, huh? Right, Fred? Goodbye.
You recognize it, Garvey? Garvey?
I understand they can do clever things with tape recorders nowadays. There's a way of piecing words together, isn't there? They can record your voice and then fix the tape, take a simple sentence and change the words around to mean just the opposite.
You can examine the tape if you like. We didn't make a splice in it. All you'll find in it are the usual factory splices, just the way it came from the manufacturer.
What difference does it make anyway? Nothing criminal about that conversation, nothing at all.
You told us a few minutes ago you didn't know Fred Lawrence. You never heard of him. On that recording, sounds like you know him pretty well.
It's a fairly common name, wouldn't you say? Must be quite a few Fred Lawrences. I didn't happen to remember the name right off.
How about Tyson?
What?
Tyson. You told us you didn't know him well at all.
I don't.
Didn't sound that way on the tape. You were telling Lawrence he was all right. You said, believe me, he's a good kid. How about it, mister?
How about what? Is this some kind of a frame? What are you trying to make me say?
We're not going to make you say anything, Garvey. We work robbery detail. That's the job, robberies. They pay us to clean them up.
I can pay you.
What?
Never mind, I didn't mean that. I meant I pay my taxes, I pay your salaries, I help to anyway. I don't know why I have to be treated like this.
No reason to make a big headache out of this for everybody, Garvey. You engineered a holdup and we can prove it. We're giving you a chance to make a statement, that's all.
I got nothing to say. Make a statement about what? All you're going on is hearsay, circumstantial evidence. You can't say I planned that robbery.
You admit you know Tyson. You know him well.
I don't. I admit nothing.
What about the phone conversation?
It's a fake. They phony those things up all the time. You know it as well as I do.
You admitted you know Fred Lawrence. We proved that on the recording.
I admit nothing.
You don't even know Tyson. Is that what you want to say?
I know him, that's all. He worked on my car a couple of times. I don't know him well.
I'd like to play you another recording, Garvey.
Waste of time. I haven't got the whole day to spend here. I've got to get back to my store. I've got a business to operate.
Won't take very long. Here we are, April 5th.
A lot of foolishness anyway. How do I know how you made those recordings? You could have gotten actors, made them up yourselves. There weren't any dictagraphs. How did you make those things?
There were dictagraphs, Garvey. You remember before you moved in that new suite of offices, you had them redecorated?
Yes.
There were sound technicians from our crime lab out there working side by side with the painters, carpenters. Installed dictagraphs in your store, back in your offices. They bugged the entire place.
Wiretapping. I'll bring this into court if it's the last thing I do.
We already told you, Garvey, it's not wiretapping. We didn't touch your phone lines. We didn't have to.
Invasion of privacy. I'm going to bring this into court.
All right, let's hear this recording. It might clear up a few things, huh?
Clear up what? What are you trying to prove?
Okay, Joe?
Yeah, okay. Date on this is April 5th.
Come on in, sit down.
Okay, thanks.
Well, how have you been anyway?
Pretty good. I'm trying to get a hold of you the last week or so. Hard to do. You're not in very much.
You're pretty busy, Ken. That time of year, you know. Keeps you going.
Well, I don't want to waste any time. I'd like to know how the deal's working out, though. Going back east to Albany next month. I'd like to get the rest of my money if I could.
Just like I told you the last time, Ken. I'm sending the stuff north. I hope to hear in a couple of days.
Yeah, I know. That's what you told me before, but it was a pretty heavy job. I could use the money. I mean, if it wasn't so heavy, I wouldn't mind, but, well, I got it coming, I think.
Of course you do, Ken. There's no question there. It's just that I haven't got it right now. Believe me, you'd have it in a minute if it was mine to give.
Yeah, but that was the agreement, wasn't it? 500 before the job, 500 after. Happened last October. That's
How about it, Garvey? What do you say?
Ridiculous, that's all. Obvious fake.
You can look at the tape if you like, inspect it. You can check every one of those 25 reels. We'll play them for you if you want.
Fakes, bad ones at that. Now look, I'll give you both a chance. Either you book me in on a charge or else release me. You try booking me in and I'll sue you for false arrest. I'll break you. I'll sue you blind. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Release me and I'll get back to work. I'll forget all about it. Now, you name it. Which one? Book me in or release me?
That's fair enough. You're giving us a choice.
You bet it's fair. You could get in a lot of hot water. Now, it's up to you. Which one?
You ran a bad bluff, mister.
What?
We're booking you in. Thursday, 3:55 p.m. Ed Jacobs and I continued questioning the robbery suspect, Ernest Garvey. Despite the evidence at hand, he still refused to admit any knowledge of the $20,000 jewel theft 9 months before. The questioning went on. Garvey's answers became more and more confused. We kept pressing, laying out the case against him step by step. 4:30 p.m. We stayed at it.
But it must have taken quite a bit of money, didn't it, Garvey? Your wife's new fur coat, new car for yourself. Where'd it come from?
Now, look, there has to be an answer. Where'd that money come from?
Simple. I borrowed it.
Where'd you borrow it?
Some of it from friends, some from the banks. I don't see how it concerns you.
How much money did you borrow?
Don't you think that's my business?
Wasn't it about $7,000? That about right?
Yes. No, it was more. What's the difference? It's my business.
Complete financial file on you, Garvey. Took us quite a few weeks getting it together. A lot of work.
You must like snooping in other people's affairs.
No, not especially. It's pretty dull. Here's a copy of your bank statement from the California banks. Photostat. Doesn't make much sense here.
What do you mean?
Well, we checked your income for that month. Amounted to $620.18. Now, how was that possible?
For your information, I made a loan that month. That's probably some of the loan money I deposited. I'd quit my old job that time. I was going in business for myself. I needed the money to redecorate the new store, the office. It's as simple as that.
Photostat's your loan papers right here. The loan was for $2,000.
Yes?
A month before, February, you'd borrowed from another bank. Let's see. That was for $3,000. Made another one in April, too. That was for $1,500, different bank again.
Yes, that's right. Do we have to go over this line by line?
In 3 months, you made bank loans for $6,500. Now, besides that, in the same 3 months, you earned a total of $1,713.88. Now, together, that makes $8,213.88.
What's the point?
Copies of your bank statements, Garvey. You have 5 different savings accounts in 5 different banks. How do you explain that?
Garvey, any explanation?
It's almost 5 o'clock. Can I use the phone? I have to call my wife, let her know.
All right. We'll have to listen in on the extension. The conversation will be monitored.
Go ahead, I don't care.
Okay. You dial 9 to get an outside line.
Oh, yeah. Busy.
Photostats there if you want to examine them, Garvey.
I see them.
Well, you want to give us an explanation? You only had $8,200. How could you bank $11,000? It had to come from somewhere.
Purely a personal matter, that's all. I borrowed $3,000 from a brother of mine, lives back in Minnesota.
You'd already made 3 loans. Why'd you have to borrow from your brother? You mind telling us?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do mind.
Well, it still doesn't balance the books, Garvey. You earned and borrowed $8,200. You got another $3,000 from your brother, you say. That's $11,200. You banked $11,000.
Yes, that's right. Do you always have to repeat?
That'd leave you with $200. Did you and your family live for 3 months on $200?
Why not? That could easily be. A lot of people do it.
Yes, sir, but not your family.
I'm getting sick and tired of this. You trying to tell me you know my family better than I do, what they eat, what they spend, what it takes to support them?
We've been on this thing for 9 months, Garvey. We've put in a lot of hours, and we know your family pretty well. If you like, I'll tell you the last time you ordered steak from the meat market, when you paid your gas bill, the last time your wife bought a pair of shoes.
I guess this is standard procedure for you, threatening people?
We're not threatening you, Garvey. We're giving you facts.
Another file here. Took us over a month to get this one together. Complete record of your expenses from February 1st. Covers February, March, April, May, and June.
I hope the police department has a good lawyer, Sergeant. You've got fair warning. I'm going to sue you for your last dollar.
Now, you say you and your family lived 3 months on $200. That doesn't jibe with what we've got. You can take a look here if you want to. It's all there.
Lies, forgeries, it's all lies. I promise you're going to regret this.
There's a photostat here of the receipt for your wife's coat, Garvey. $1,612.34. That includes the tax paid in full. Photostat of the contract for your new car. Down payment, $2,000. Liquor bill for the big party you threw in March 20th. Liquor bill, $387. There's a catering bill here, $194. Full year's check for tuition, room, and board for your kids at that private school you sent them to. $1,864.07. That's only the beginning, Garvey. Comes to a lot more than $200. Have you heard enough?
I better try to get my wife again. I have to let her know.
All right, Ed, you want to get the extension?
Yeah, right. You dial 9 to get outside, Garvey.
Yeah, I know. Still talking. She might know I'm trying to get her, stupid.
Now, wait a couple of minutes. You'll get through.
Gabbing on the phone all day long, gab on the phone and play cards. That's all she ever does.
I've got some more figures for you here, Garvey. Be a good idea if you hear them. Bills for 2 more parties you threw last month. Food bills, liquor bills.
Why do you have to keep pushing that stuff at me? So you've been sneaking around finding out about my personal affairs. That's supposed to be good police work, is it? This the kind of thing they pay you for?
Now, look, you carried off a robbery, Garvey. We're giving you a chance to make a statement.
Why should I? What for? Give you a statement and have you twist it around, incriminate me? I haven't had anything to do with this kid, Tyson. Better make that call.
Dial 9 first.
I know, you told me.
What's wrong, Garvey?
What's the matter with her, stupid? She ought to know I'm trying to get her, stupid.
Dial 9.
I know.
One more recording you ought to hear. Just played part of it for you.
I don't want to hear it.
I'll play just a piece of it. Think you ought to hear it.
That the one from May 10th, is that it?
Yeah, uh-huh. Tyson and Garvey. Same place. The office.
Yeah, but you told me on the phone. Said you'd have the dough for me today.
Now, wait a minute, Tyson. I didn't say that at all. I said maybe I'd have it for you. I didn't say definitely. Look, I can't give you what I haven't got.
I want the 500, Garvey. I need it. I stuck my neck out on a robbery job. I'd get 5 to life if the cops got me. You'd be clear.
Now, take it easy, will you, Ken?
Take it easy, nothing.
Well, it couldn't be any plainer. What do you say?
In a minute, just a minute. She was never satisfied. She never could be satisfied. Always more. She always had to have something else.
How do you mean, your wife?
Playing cards and gabbing on the phone, that's all. She kept writing me day in and day out. I wasn't making enough money. She didn't have any clothes. The kids ought to go to a better school. We ought to have a new house. On and on and on. I ought to go in business for myself, make money, lots of money, same thing all the time. Talk, talk, talk. There's only so much you can take.
You figured the robbery had solved the problem, is that it?
I guess so. I'd have tried anything just to shut her up, get her off my back for a while. I guess you got Tyson, huh? The other man, too, Fred Lawrence.
They were picked up this afternoon. Lawrence at the airport, Tyson in a show downtown, all 3 of you.
What about your wife, Garvey? She know you planned the robbery?
I didn't tell her. I think she knows, though. Pretty sure she does. Maybe she'll be satisfied now. Lousy money. She had to have it. Didn't even leave me enough to pay off that kid Tyson. Private school for the children. Wall-to-wall carpets in the house. New dishwasher, new coat, new car, everything. She just had to have them. Want to take me, book me in? I don't care.
All right. We'll stop off down the hall, take your statement.
Sure, I don't care.
All right, let's go.
Oh, say, just a minute, huh?
Yeah?
It'll only take a minute. That's what I figured.
On November 4th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, which is punishable by imprisonment from 5 years to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. This is the crooks from downtown. Steel and stone and 2 million people. They produce everything for the millions. They use it up for the millions. And they waste it the same way. Every month they throw away thousands of dollars worth of everything. Some of them waste food and water. Some of them waste time and money. And some of them just waste themselves. When they do, I pick up the pieces. I'm a cop. It was Sunday, March 9th. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 4:35 p.m. when we got to the Kelsey apartments. The call came in a half hour before. A man reported the fatal shooting of his wife. We didn't know how it happened. We didn't know why it happened. The husband claimed it was suicide. The evidence pointed to murder.
Woman's dead, shot through the right temple with a .45 automatic. Husband claims it was suicide.
What's the name?
Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Robertson. Wife's name is Marie. That's Mr. Robertson in the front room there.
Crime lab been called?
They're on their way.
I guess we better talk to Robertson.
Right. Mr. Robertson, Sergeant Jacob, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do? How are you? Mr. Robertson, you want to tell us what happened here?
Just gotten back from the corner grocery store. My wife and I had a little argument going. Started before I left for the store. Still on when I got back.
I see.
She was fixing chicken fried steaks for dinner. Putting flour on them. We had a few more words, and I went over and sat on the Davenport right where I am now. She was standing there in the doorway to the kitchen. She said something that set me off. I guess I got pretty mad and said a few things. Then she went over that little nightstand there by the door to the kitchen. That's where I keep my Army automatic. She pulled it out of the drawer and backed into the kitchen. Put the gun to her head and said, "This'll put an end to the argument once and for all." I yelled at her and tried to stop her, but I was too late. She pulled the trigger and fell right there where she is.
What'd you do then?
I went upstairs to Ted Carlton's place. He lives in 212 right above us. We don't have a phone here. I asked him to call the police and send for an ambulance.
Did you go over to see how badly your wife was shot?
Yes, I forgot to tell you. The minute she fired, I rushed right over to her, but it was too late. She was dead.
Did you touch anything in here? Move anything?
No, sir. Not a thing. I've been right here ever since I got back down from Ted's room upstairs.
Joe? Empty cartridge casing here on the floor.
Yeah. Well, when Jones gets here, we can measure the distance. Just a minute. Put the saucer over till the crime lab gets here. Huh?
Right.
Hi, Jones.
Harry?
No?
Lee, kitchen. Harry, what if you'd mind taking Mr. Robertson downtown? We'll be right down as soon as we finish up here.
Right, Joe. See you later.
Thanks, Harry.
Shot through the right temple. Husband claims suicide.
Uh-huh. What's under the saucer?
Empty casing.
Looks like she was flouring meat, huh?
That's what the husband says, yeah.
That's probably what that is on the barrel of the automatic there.
Yeah, we noticed that.
Wastebasket's so full, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right tempo, huh?
Mm-hmm.
45 automatic.
Yeah.
If she shot herself in the kitchen, the position of the body doesn't warrant the empty casing being out there in the living room, does it?
George.
Yeah.
Come in.
Friday? Jacobs?
All right, George.
All right.
What do you want to shoot?
Why don't you get an overall of the room first and then grab one in the kitchen there?
Yeah, all right.
I'll get this saucer off the casing for you, George.
Thanks.
Okay.
Jacobs, you mind moving over there a little?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. What now, the kitchen?
Right. Right from where you are now is good.
Okay.
Now right over the body.
Yeah, right.
Better get that chair to stand on.
Yeah, here you are.
Thanks, Ed. Too much room to work in here.
Can you get it all in there?
Yeah, I think so.
Better use the wastebasket as your right-hand sideline. Kitchen stove on the other side.
Right. Can't get the stove in. You settle for the wastebasket only?
Fine. Just use that as your right-hand sideline.
Right. Okay.
And Lee, when you finish up here, Ed and I are going to run upstairs.
Well, Joe, before you go, do you want to give me a hand? Take over this end.
Sure, fine.
Where do you want it?
Right to about where she must have been standing.
About here?
That's good. Uh-huh. Thanks.
You bet. Okay, we'll check you later, Lee.
Fine.
All right, Sally.
Friday, Jacobs, how is it?
Rough one.
Isn't it?
Yeah, Ted Carlton.
Yes?
Police officers, you're Mr. Carlton?
Yes, I am. It's an awful thing, isn't it?
We understand you're a friend of the Robertsons.
Yes, I am. You found out anything yet? You think Andy killed her?
We don't know. We haven't completed our investigation.
Oh, I see. I'll bet that's the way it was. I hate to say that, but from all indications, it certainly looks that way.
How do you mean?
The argument, the shouting, and then that single shot. I don't know. It sure struck me that Andy did it.
When did the argument start? Was it prolonged, do you know?
What do you mean?
When did it start? What time, do you know?
Well, this one today started about 3:30 when Andy got back from the store. They've been arguing ever since I've known them.
How long have you known them?
About 2 years. Those two never should have got married to begin with, if I'm any judge.
You married?
No, sir, I'm not.
Wonder if you can tell us. Did Mrs. Robertson ever say anything that would lead you to believe that she was in fear of her life?
Well, yes, she did. One time Andy stalked out of the apartment down there and Marie came up here to see me. She was in tears, all broken up about it as usual during those spats.
I see.
She said, I'll try to remember exactly how she put it. She said, Andy gets so mad sometimes I think he's going to kill me.
What do they usually argue about, do you know?
Different things. This particular time I was telling you about, I think, was over his being late for dinner.
I see.
Now, aside from this one instance, is there anything else you can offer us?
Well, Andy has a terrible temper, that I know. We used to go out and bowl once in a while, Marie, Andy, and myself. We had to stop. Every time he missed a spare, you'd think it was the end of the world.
Would he usually seem to take it out on his wife?
Most of the time, yeah. Although I must say I caught it myself a few times. Abusive language. He really carried on over nothing at all.
Did Robertson leave his wife home alone much of the time?
No, not any more than usual. Seems like he always wanted to get home just so they could argue. Everybody in the apartment house knows about him.
Now, you said that Mrs. Robertson came up here after that one particular argument.
That's right, sir.
Did she come up here often?
No, not very often. Just when she was unusually upset and her nerves were on edge. But only then when Andy'd rush out mad.
Do you know whether or not Robertson owns a gun?
Yes, I believe he does. As a matter of fact, I know he does. One night we were having trouble with prowlers. He came up here with his automatic.
I see.
Later on, I think I asked him where he got the gun. He said from the Army.
Anything else you can add, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I was the one who called the police. You knew that.
That's what we understand.
Well, didn't Andy tell you? He came up here right after the shot and asked me to call the police for him. They don't have a phone.
Exactly how did he tell you?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, what were his exact words? Can you remember?
He said, my wife's shot, call the police and get an ambulance quick.
What was your reaction to this?
Well, I'd heard the shot, so I wasn't too surprised. When Andy came running up here, I knew before he said a word. You could tell just to look at him.
You could tell what?
That something was wrong. I had a hunch all along that this might happen one day.
What's that?
That Andy'd kill his wife.
Carlton let us use his telephone. I called the coroner, and then I checked with R&I. There was no previous record on Andrew Robertson nor his wife, Marie. Ed and I continued questioning the various neighbors in the apartment building. Their stories all matched in every detail. The Robertsons had been known to argue quite frequently and quite loud. None of the neighbors could definitely say that they had ever heard Andrew Robertson threaten his wife. All of them volunteered it would be entirely possible. We went back to the interrogation room where we questioned the suspects for a full hour.
Everything I've told you was the truth.
Would you mind going over it just once more?
All right. We had our quarrels and our arguments. I guess some of them were pretty bad. But I'd never do a thing like this to Marie.
You don't seem very upset about all this, Robertson.
I'm not crying about it, if that's what you mean. I'm sorry she had to do it. Tried to stop her, but there was nothing I could do.
You seem to be taking all this pretty well under the circumstances.
I don't know if I can explain how I feel about it. You see, Marie and I weren't too happy the last couple of years. We've been married 8 years, and I guess from the start we could never hit it off.
Did you used to argue quite a bit?
No, not at first we didn't. Just seemed that we've drifted apart the last couple of years. We seemed to fight all the time over nothing at all. I honestly believe we fell out of love.
Would you mind telling us again exactly what happened this afternoon?
First of all, when I got up, I always like to sleep in on Sundays. She asked me to go to the store. That started the argument. She knows I don't like to do the shopping. It seemed like she was always forgetting something and I'd have to go.
Mm-hmm.
When I got back from the store, she was making chicken fried steaks for dinner. She's putting the flour on the meat. We argued back and forth for a minute, and then she stepped into the living room. I went over and sat on the Davenport.
Go on.
We had a few more words, and she went over to the small nightstand by the kitchen door and took out my Army automatic that I kept in there. She backed up into the kitchen and pointed the gun at her head.
Yeah?
She said, "This'll end the argument once and for all." As I said, I was on the Davenport about 12 feet away from her. I yelled at her.
What'd you say?
I said, "Marie, put that gun down. It's loaded." Before I could reach her, she pulled the trigger.
Then what'd you do?
I rushed over to her, but it was too late. She was dead.
What happened then?
We don't have a phone, so I rushed upstairs to the apartment right above us, Ted Carlton's. I asked him to phone for the police and the ambulance.
Did you tell this Carlton about your wife?
Yes, sir, I did. Told him she'd been shot.
Then where'd you go?
So just like I told you at the apartment. I went back downstairs and waited in the living room for you people to get there.
Did you go near your wife's body?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you always keep that gun loaded?
Yes, I did. I always kept it loaded and actuated with a shell in the chamber. But I kept the safety lock on. Marie knew how to operate the gun because I showed her for when I was out late. She wasn't strong enough to actuate it, but she could work the safety.
Did your wife ever try to commit suicide before?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Mr. Robertson, you sure that everything you've told us is the truth?
It's the absolute truth, every word of it.
Well, now, here's the way it looks to us. We think you killed your wife.
I didn't.
Let us lay a few things out for you. We talked to your friends and neighbors in the apartment house. We have people who'll testify to the fact that your wife was afraid that you might kill her. She told one man that.
It isn't true. I don't know what she may have told somebody, but I didn't kill her.
It's a known fact throughout the entire apartment building that you and your wife had violent quarrels. The kind of arguments from all reports could easily lead to something like this.
I told you that we argued, but I didn't kill Marie. I couldn't do a thing like that.
Mr. Robertson, we've made a preliminary investigation of your apartment. Now, you say your wife killed herself. Let me show you some of the flaws in your story.
All I can say is that I've told you the truth. I didn't kill her.
You told us that your wife went to the nightstand and got the gun.
Yes, sir, that's right.
How did she pick up the automatic?
How do you mean?
Well, how did she take it from the drawer?
Like anyone would pick up a gun by the butt. She picked it up like anybody who was going to use it.
You're sure about that?
Yes, sir, positive.
She didn't touch anything but the butt.
Well, she had part of her hand on the trigger.
Yeah, we know that. But she didn't touch any other part of the weapon.
No, sir, she did not. She didn't have time.
Then how do you account for the fact that we found traces of flour on the barrel of the gun?
Sure, she was flouring meat.
How did the flour get on the barrel?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that when you approached her with the automatic pointed at her, she tried to ward off the shot with her hand? Isn't that how the flour got on the barrel?
No, sir, that isn't true.
Now, you said that your wife was putting flour on some steaks.
That's right.
How do you account for the fact that we didn't find any flour on the butt of the gun where it belonged? Or on the drawer of the nightstand where you say she first picked up the automatic?
I can't answer that. I don't know what all this means.
Well, I'll tell you what it means. It means that unless you've got some kind of explanation, we have to assume you're lying, that you killed your wife.
I don't know how to explain all these things, but I didn't kill her.
Mr. Robertson, you say you were an Army man. Isn't that what you told us out at the apartment?
Yes, sir. I was a sergeant in the Army during the last war.
What outfit were you with?
I was an instructor in sidearm weapons at Santa Ana Army Air Base.
Then you'd be somewhat of an authority on the Colt .45 caliber automatic pistol, wouldn't you?
I guess I would, yes. That was one of the weapons I instructed in.
You'd know all about the system of ejection employed by the Colt Company on their .45 automatic?
Yes, sir, I would.
The empty casing ejects to the right, up, and back. That correct?
Yes, that's right.
In other words, if you were pointing a .45 at me and you pulled the trigger, the empty casing would eject to your right, up, and fall to the floor to the rear on your right side. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's the way it would end up.
You still maintain your wife shot herself?
Yes, I do.
Where was she standing when she pulled the trigger?
As I told you before, in the kitchen.
How was she standing?
What do you mean?
Which way was she facing?
Let's see. Facing me about 3/4. Yes, that's right. In the kitchen near the sink, facing out toward me.
And where were you?
On the davenport in the living room, facing her.
Now, bearing in mind what we've already discussed and agreed upon concerning the ejection system of a .45, how do you account for the fact that the empty casing was found in the living room, 6 feet 4 inches from the kitchen?
Well, let's see.
I'll figure it for you. The empty casing should have been found on the floor of the kitchen somewhere to the right and rear of your wife. Isn't that about it?
Well, I don't understand. Why are you trying to prove me guilty? I've told you and I swear to you I didn't kill my wife.
It'd be a physical impossibility for that empty casing to have landed anywhere but in the kitchen if your wife had pulled the trigger of that automatic. Now, how about it?
What can I say? Please believe what I'm telling you. I didn't do it.
Not according to the evidence.
I don't understand any of this.
All right. Here's the way we've got it reconstructed. You had a quarrel. You got the gun. You met your wife at the doorway of the kitchen. You pointed the gun at her. She tried to ward it off with her left hand, leaving flour on the barrel of the gun. You fired, and the casing was thrown up and back to the right where it landed on the rug of the living room.
The testimony of the neighbors, the flour on your wife's hand, the position of the empty casing. Robertson, you're it.
I don't know why all those things are the way you say they are.
We do. We don't believe your wife committed suicide. Come on, Ed. What do you think?
I don't know. All the evidence we got certainly got him tapped.
Yeah, with all that proof, and he still refuses to cop out.
Yeah.
Something doesn't jive. We had Gene Bechtel take Andrew Robertson's statement that his wife had committed suicide, a fact that he couldn't prove and that we could disprove. We had before us the final investigation. All physical evidence was taken to the crime lab for analysis. The photographs taken at the scene were developed and brought in for careful checking. Blotter tests were made to determine the distance of the gun from the victim when it was fired. Both Robertson and his deceased wife were fingerprinted, and latent prints details started to check them out. 2 teams of men were sent out to talk with the close relatives of the 2 people. Sunday, March 9th, 7 p.m. We got a call from Lieutenant Lee Jones that he had the final results of his investigation. We went over to the 2nd floor of the central station, the crime lab.
Take a look at this.
Picture of the .45 casing, huh?
That's right. Take a close look at it. Right here, particularly.
Yeah.
Notice this one edge is a little indented here.
Ejector marks.
No, here are your ejector marks up here. You see? This indentation is something entirely different.
What is it?
You remember where you found this casing?
Yeah, 6 feet 4 inches into the living room.
That's right.
We wondered how it could have been thrown that far by the ejector if the husband's story is true.
The ejector didn't do that. I wondered, too. On closer inspection, I noticed this indentation. Now, let me show you how this casing got there in the living room. Here's an identical .45 caliber cold empty casing.
Yeah?
We place it on the floor on a piece of linoleum, the same thickness as their kitchen linoleum. Now watch this. I'll step on it, hitting it from an angle. There's your answer to that one. Now, when the husband ran over to his wife's side, what did he say he did?
That's about the size of it.
He stepped on the casing accidentally, certainly not caring about it at the moment, and it bounced out into the living room, just like a tiddlywink. Notice the casing now, the indentation. Check it against the photo.
Yeah, it matches.
Did the flour on the barrel of the gun, it was flour, by the way, Did it figure in for you, fella?
Well, we figured the wife was trying to ward off the gun when he pointed it at her.
Certainly the logical deduction. Here's that shot of the kitchen out there.
Mm-hmm.
Notice the wastebasket here? Pretty full, isn't it?
Yeah, we noticed that when we were out there.
What you probably didn't notice was this. Here's a blow-up of just that section where the wastebasket was. Can you see what's on top of the stuff in the basket there?
Yeah, looks like a flour sack.
That's right, an empty flour sack. Now, figuring the position of the body in relation to that wastebasket, when she dropped the gun, it fell from her hand, striking the wastebasket, bouncing off and landing on the floor where you found it.
You said when she dropped the gun, you figure it was suicide?
It's beginning to shape up that way, isn't it?
There's no flour found on the butt of the gun.
That part of the automatic didn't come in contact with the flour sack.
Yeah, Lee, but she was flouring meat.
There were no traces of it on her right hand, on the palm, just on the back. In checking the clothing, we found streaks of flour where she could have wiped her hands clean before picking up the gun.
It doesn't look like he killed her.
There's more here. As you know, we ran blotter tests to determine the distance of the gun from the body when it was fired. Shot a .45 caliber Colt from various distances before we got the right answer.
Yeah.
Here's the results of the tests. Found powder burns on the right side of the wife's head. This test shows that the gun was held approximately 3 inches from the right temple when it was fired.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Here's the report from latent prints. Smudges, one good thumbprint, right hand, belonged to Marie Robertson, indicating she was the last one to handle the weapon.
That's about it, Lee?
No, got some more for you. Now, this shot was taken facing the east wall of the kitchen. That's the wall that would be on anyone's left sitting on the Davenport in the front room. Wouldn't be possible to see that wall from the Davenport.
Yeah.
You can see the black X where we located the slug.
Mm-hmm.
Relative to the position of the body, if she was standing, holding the gun at approximately a right angle with the side of the head, the bullet would come to rest approximately 4 inches below the crown of her head.
To check out?
The coroner says she was 5'4". The bullet was found at a height of 5 1/8", proving that she shot herself rather than anyone else doing it, judging from the inclination of the bullet. As you know, this is critical.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, the condition of the wound indicates that it was inflicted from extreme close range. A fair point when you consider that most people wouldn't submit to being shot from close range without a struggle or unless taken by surprise.
And from all reports, we know she wasn't.
Well, that's it, fellas. That's all we have.
Thanks, Lee. It's enough.
Crime Lab Jones. Yeah, right here. Just a minute. Either one of you?
Hey. This Friday. Oh, hi, Harry. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's it say? Huh? Yeah, yeah. Thanks very much, Harry. Yes, it sure does. Right. Bye. Harry Fremont. He just left Marie Robertson's mother.
What'd she have to say?
Well, Fremont says she gave him a letter. He's on his way in with it, written by Marie Robertson. Says something about her taking her own life. Her mother says that the husband didn't do it. Says that the daughter's shown indication in the past of wanting to take her own life.
That about cinches it.
Makes you feel kind of good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Finding a man clear on a charge instead of having to hang him up.
Yeah. Come on, Ed.
Right.
Where you headed?
Back cross street.
Wait till I get my coat. I'll go with you.
What for?
I want to see him, too, when you tell him.
On March 12th, the hearing was held in the office of the coroner, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that hearing. A dead body report, Form 311, was made out stating that the deceased, Marie Robertson, had committed suicide.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
The fourth largest city in the United States. It's still growing. Every year we get more of everything. Population, transportation, stores, crime, buildings, and more crime. More than 50,000 major crimes were committed last year alone. That means 50,000 criminals. They range from professional killers to petty thieves. A lot of them are experts. Every year they seem to get better at their jobs. And the better they get, the harder I work. I'm a cop. It was Tuesday, April 28th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Safe Detail, Burglary Division. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. It was 2:16 p.m. when we got back to the Hall of Justice, Superior Court, Department 38. On January 4th, the safe in the Grant Herald building was burglarized. It took us weeks before we narrowed down the suspects to one man. He was an ex-con, a two-time loser. It took more weeks of interrogation, gathering evidence, long hours in the crime lab to build our case against him. It was a big job, a hard one. He was guilty. We were convinced of it. We had one step to go. There was the jury. We had to convince them. How's it going, Lee?
I think we got him, Joe.
Did you testify yet?
This morning.
How'd it work out?
Physical evidence tied in perfectly, all 6 points.
Jury impressed?
Hard to tell. Buckley's got a smart lawyer. I was talking to the assistant DA. The case ought to go to the jury late today.
What's coming up next, Neil?
I'm due back on the stand when this recess is over.
Well, there's the bailiff.
The Superior Court is again now in session. Remain seated. No smoking, please.
Let the record show that the jury, the defendant, and his counsel are present. The prosecution may proceed.
If it please, Your Honor, I'd like to recall Leland Jones to the stand.
Leland Jones, take the stand. Be seated.
If I may, Your Honor, for the benefit of the record, state that Leland V. Jones has been duly sworn, that counsel for the defense has stipulated that he's a forensic chemist attached to the Scientific Investigation Division of the Los Angeles Police Department, and that he's qualified to testify as an expert in the case.
Proceed.
Mr. Jones, earlier today in this court, you heard the testimony to the effect that Conrad Buckley had identified these exhibits as his own. This wool jacket, this pair of trousers, and these shoes, did you not?
I did.
This morning, Mr. Jones, you pointed out these pertinent facts about these articles of clothing. First, People's Exhibit 1, the red paint smudges on the soles of the shoes. They match the paint on the ventilation pipe, which leads to the 3rd floor of the Grant Herald building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You further stated that the footprints left at the scene of the crime were made by a size 8 shoe with Cuban heels and metal taps on each toe. Is that correct?
That's right.
People's Exhibit 1. A pair of black shoes identified by the defendant as his own. They're stamped size 8, Cuban heels, metal taps on each toe. Mr. Jones, you're acquainted with the fact that on the night of January 4th, someone scaled the ventilator pipe to the 3rd floor of the Grant Herald building, forcibly entered the attic of the building, gained access to an adjoining suite of offices, and there burglarized a safe.
I'm acquainted with that fact.
Is it possible that someone else other than the defendant could have burglarized that safe?
In my opinion, no.
On what do you base your conclusion?
I base it on the application of the law of probabilities to such a case as this.
Would you explain that to the jury, please?
First, let's apply a set of figures to these facts. Let's say, conservatively, that one man in every 100 in this city wears a size 8 shoe with Cuban heels and metal taps on the shoes. And then, let's say that one man in every 100 has red paint smudges on the soles of his shoes. Same color and same texture as the paint from the building. Further, let's estimate that one man in 100 also wears 10 ribs to the inch, woven trousers, and a wool jacket woven 12 ribs to the inch. Let's also estimate that one man in 100 carries a small piece of charred lath in his jacket. Then let's say that one man in 100 carries in the cuffs of his trousers particles of plaster similar to the plaster in the attic of the Grant Herald building.
What are the chances, then, that one man in this city, other than the defendant, could possess all 6 of these various items?
That would be 1 chance in 1 trillion.
Well, how do you arrive at that figure, Mr. Jones?
Well, simply by multiplying 100 by itself 6 times over.
You mean only 1 man in 1 trillion, other than the defendant, could have burglarized the safe on the 3rd floor of the Grant Herald building?
That's correct.
1 trillion. Can you give the jury something to compare that figure with?
That's more people than have lived on Earth since the beginning of time.
Lee Jones was the last witness to testify in the case of the state versus Conrad Buckley. For the rest of the afternoon, the defense lawyer and the assistant DA delivered their summations. The defense lawyer was eloquent and colorful. He spoke for more than an hour and threw up every possible smokescreen he could think of to disguise the facts of the case. The assistant DA reviewed again the 6 points of physical evidence, clearly defined. At 5 minutes to 5 that afternoon, the case went to the jury. We were expecting a quick verdict. We didn't get it. The jury was locked up for the night, and we went home.
The Superior Court, State of California, and for the County of Los Angeles is now in session. The Honorable John Edwards, judge presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Hand me the verdict. Read the verdict.
The Superior Court of the State of California in and for the County of Los Angeles People versus Conrad Buckley. We, the jury in the above entitled action, find the defendant not guilty.
No talking back there, please.
So say ye one, so say ye all. Is this your verdict?
It is.
Record the verdict. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've been a judge for 26 years. For the past 14 years, I've presided in this particular court. May I say now that this is the worst miscarriage of justice I have ever witnessed. After hearing your verdict in this case, I can arrive at only one conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, either you are innately dishonest or you're complete morons. Court's adjourned.
As soon as possible, the district attorney's office began exploring the personal life and background of each one of the 12 jurors. They contacted their neighbors, their friends, their acquaintances. They checked back 10 years in the lives of every one of them. They found nothing.
The jury was indifferent. They wouldn't follow the case.
Well, all the facts were there, Lee. None of the jurors were fixed. The DA's office found out that much.
Why wouldn't they follow the case?
A lot of people think they're doing their city a big favor when they serve on a jury.
Yeah.
They figure all they have to do is sit in the jury box for a few days, mark a ballot as fast as they can, and then leave.
Beats me. They pay the taxes.
They pay for these trials. They can follow the technical case closely if they want to. A lot of them aren't that conscientious. They don't think it means money in their pocket, so they don't care.
We went through hell on this thing. 4 months to catch him, 3 months to prove him guilty.
And the jury blew it.
You want my opinion, Lee? I think it stinks.
You don't have an opinion, Joe. You're a cop.
The case of Conrad Buckley became just another item filed away with hundreds of thousands of others in the record bureau of the Los Angeles Police Department. 6 days after he was acquitted, he left the city and a few weeks later was reported in Baltimore, Maryland. After that, he dropped from sight. Summer came, autumn, Christmas, New Year's. On Wednesday morning, Ed and I checked in for work as usual. What's the date, Ed?
Wednesday, February 1st.
Thank you.
Your mother get over that cold, Joe?
Yeah, finally. How about your kid?
Nah, he's okay. Wife's got one now. Hi. Morning, Kid.
Hi.
Got a minute?
Yeah.
Carter Printing Company was robbed last night.
How much?
There's the crime report.
14,500.
Yeah, it's a big haul.
The MO's familiar. Climbed a drain pipe to the roof, kicked in a skylight.
Yeah?
Conrad Buckley's back in town. I think it might add up.
Could be. Sounds like it.
There's one sure way to make him. Put him in small words and big type.
I don't know how to make it any more positive than the last time.
I don't know if that Greek with the lamp ever found an honest man, but get the guy.
Ed and I drove out to the Cotter Printing Company and spent the rest of the morning and most of that afternoon checking into the $14,000 safe burglary. We examined the office where the burglary took place and the smashed skylight where the thief entered. We traced his path from the time he got into the building to the time he left. No fingerprints, no leads.
many safe men you know that work like Buckley?
Well, let's see. There's Hagan. He works about the same, but he's up at Q.
Walters, he operates like Buckley. He's doing time, too.
Anybody else?
No, not that I can think of.
All right, find Buckley. Find out where he lives, who his friends are, where he eats. Find out what he's doing.
You want us to tail him?
Give him plenty of room. When you get the dope on him, we'll have a squad of men tail him alternately.
All right. Where do we start?
Comanche's Bar down on Central Avenue near 5th.
When was he there last?
Monday. First night he got in town. Might be his favorite spot.
Okay. Anything else?
I hear Buckley's learned a new trick since he's been away.
Yeah?
Carries a gun.
That night, Ed and I started down into the south end of the city to find Conrad Buckley. First stop was Comanche's Bar. Buckley didn't show. The next night was the same. And the night after that, no sign. On the fourth night, at 10 minutes past 8 p.m., Saturday, February 4th, Ed spotted Buckley entering. We waited. At 25 minutes past midnight, Buckley came out the main entrance with a blonde woman on his arm. He walked unsteadily. The two of them got into a gray car and sat there talking.
What's the license number, Joe?
9 Robert 702.
Want to get a make?
Yeah. Control 1, request a rolling make in the 3 column. 9 Robert 702. 9 Robert 702.
Roger, 80K. Stand by. KMA 367.
It's a nice-looking car.
Yeah, if it's his.
Might pan out if we're lucky.
Control 1 to 80K. Come in.
80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
9 Robert 702. Car registered to Mrs. Conrad Buckley, 939 South Norwich Road, Beverly Hills.
80K to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
What does that prove?
Proves he's supporting a new car and a wife. Let's find out how. .1:22 a.m. We trailed Buckley and the blonde woman we figured to be his wife to 939 South Norwich Road in Beverly Hills. We waited. At 3 a.m., Ed called Captain Wisdom and a couple of men were sent out to relieve us. By Friday of that week, February 10th, we had his movements fairly well established. We turned all the information we had over to Captain Wisdom, and he assigned a crew of 8 men to tail the suspect constantly in alternate shifts. The trap was set. 6 p.m. Tuesday, February 14th. I'll get it. Friday talking. Yeah, Captain, what's up? Huh? Yeah, right. Buckley, he's making a move. We left the city hall and drove out to the site of the stakeout near Buckley's home on South Norwich Road. Captain Wisdom was there waiting for us.
He left his place alone. He was on foot. Berg and Marconi tailed him to a bar. That's where he lost him.
And he hasn't come back to his place?
Not yet. I got a hunch he will. His car's still there.
Yeah?
We can shake him down. If he's been out on a caper tonight, he should have whatever he stole with him.
Car there in the driveway?
Yeah, check the license.
9 Robert 702, that's Buckley's car.
There's somebody coming out of the house.
That his wife?
Looks like it.
Does she know either one of you?
No.
Follow her.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
This okay? Can you see the door from here?
Yeah, this is fine.
Captain?
It's her move. Let's sweat it out.
The blonde woman entered the apartment house at 1261 Wilcox Avenue at 14 minutes past 11 p.m. At 5 minutes past midnight, she came out and got in her car. A man was with her.
Buckley. Must be the hideout.
You two follow them.
When they get to the house, shake them down.
What about you?
I'll check the apartment. Meet you back at the office.
Right. At 21 minutes past midnight, Ed and I pulled up at the Buckley home at 939 South Norwich Road. We waited until Buckley and his wife got in the house. Then we went in and shook them down. We found nothing. We searched the house, the garage, and the car. The same. Nothing. Yeah, all right. You can put your stuff away.
Place is clean, Joe. Nothing.
Right.
And I tell you, I'm clean. You haven't got one thing on me. I'm clean.
It's a nice car you're driving, Buckley. Is it yours?
That's right. I like nice things.
They cost money.
What doesn't?
When'd you get back in town?
Last week. Why?
What are you doing with your time?
Morris Cabinet Company. I'm a journeyman carpenter.
When do you work?
Nights. Good job. Believe me, I'm legit.
All right, you stay that way and we won't have any trouble. Ed and I left Buckley's house, drove back to the office, and checked in with Captain Wisdom. He told us that he had talked with the manager of the apartment house at 1261 Wilcox Avenue. Buckley was renting apartment 7A in the building under the name of James E. Wilson. On the average, he used the apartment only once or twice each week. The rent was $75 a month.
What'd you find in the apartment, Captain?
He keeps 2 complete changes of clothes in the closet. The rest of the place is empty except for one thing, set of burglary tools.
Yeah?
Found them under a false bottom drawer. Set of safe jimmies, small sledge, the works.
Then he works out of the apartment, huh?
He's getting cagey, or he thinks he is. After a job, he probably comes back to the apartment, gets rid of his work clothes, and figures he's pretty safe.
Well, then all we have to do is keep an eye on that apartment. The next time he pulls a job, we grab him.
That's right. The next time we pick him up, it's going to be for keeps.
That depends on the jury, doesn't it?
At 3 a.m. that morning, Wisdom ordered a stakeout at 1261 Wilcox Avenue. The stakeout on his home also continued. During the next week, the suspect was seen to come and go from his home, and on 2 occasions, he visited his apartment during the daylight hours. No suspicious moves on his part were reported. The stakeout went on. 5 weeks later, on March 22nd, the safe in the offices of Butterfield and Crucian Wholesale Grocers was burglarized of $7,500. That afternoon, Wisdom, Ed, and I met with Lieutenant Lee Jones in the crime lab.
It's cyclohexane, a cold top product.
Yeah.
It's colorless and it's odorless. When it's rubbed into the surface of an object, it's invisible to the naked eye.
Well, what about it, Lee?
It's a crystalline hydrocarbon, slightly soluble in ether or alcohol.
Uh-huh.
Well, here, let me show you this cloth.
Can I help you, Lee?
Yeah, will you, Joe? Yeah, there. Dust it on here. Now, can you see or feel anything at all?
No. Seems to disappear. You can't feel anything. You can?
Oh.
Ed?
No.
No, there's nothing on it.
Captain, you want to catch that light, please?
Sure.
Have a look.
How about that? Seems to glow.
Yeah. Will this stuff rub off, Lee?
Try it. Now look at your hand.
Nothing harmful in that stuff?
No.
How long will this stuff stay on, Lee?
Maybe as long as 24 hours.
Only shows up under that ultraviolet lamp, huh?
That's right.
Well, does it work on everybody?
It'll work on Buckley.
10 minutes later, Wisdom put in a call to the 2 men on stakeout at Buckley's apartment on Wilcox Avenue. They reported that the apartment was empty. Buckley hadn't been near it since early the day before. At 6 p.m. that night, Lee Jones, Ed, and I went to the apartment, let ourselves in with a pass key, and went to work with 2 jars of cyclohexane. We dusted it on everything in sight, on Buckley's clothes, his shoes, his hat, and on the set of burglary tools which we found in the false bottom drawer. We rubbed it in until it was invisible. We arranged everything exactly the way we found it, and then we went back to the office. Lee Jones had a portable ultraviolet light set up for immediate use. Wisdom alerted communications to pass along immediately all reports of burglaries throughout the city. We waited. At midnight, we went out in shifts for sandwiches and coffee. The watch kept on. 2:30 a.m.
I got it. Wisdom. Yeah? Thanks. Harvard and Wilshire Boulevard.
Safe job?
2 of them. Call Lee Jones. I'll meet you downstairs.
Right. What do you think?
We'll let the lamp tell us.
Bergstrom, keep the storefront clear. 10 feet on either side.
Anything, Lee?
You'll know in a minute. Okay, Bob. All right, we can try it.
I'll get the light, Lee.
Okay.
That's it.
It's all there. The Greek with the lamp had an idea, didn't he?
Before we left for Conrad Buckley's house, Lee Jones directed the photographer to stay at the scene of the burglary and take photographs of the telltale cyclohexane prints and all other pertinent photographs for use in court. At 8 minutes past 4 a.m., we walked into Buckley's living room.
Now, look, this is kind of getting on my nerves. It's 4 in the morning.
Bed. Outlet's right down there.
Right.
What is all that stuff? What's that you got?
Okay. All right, Lee. Okay, Joe, the light.
What's this all about, anyway?
Look at yourself.
What are you doing to me? What is all this stuff?
Like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I don't have to take this stuff. You haven't got anything on me. You had me in court once before, and you had to turn me loose.
Yes, we had you in court, and I can tell you every move you made in that case.
Yeah?
You tell me if I'm wrong. You climbed the back of the Grand Herald building using some pipes as supports. You crawled across the roof on your hands and knees to the firewall. You raised up a couple of times to see if everything was clear. You went over the firewall, leaving impressions of your coat and trousers. One of the coat buttons was scratched, so you went over stomach down. You then went to the front of the building, walking in a crouched position to see if there were any police cars in the vicinity. Then you returned to the skylight. How am I doing?
Keep talking.
You removed the glass from the skylight, crawled through the entrance, kicked a hole through a plaster wall into the attic. You broke some of the charred laths so that you could crawl through the attic to an opening in the office of the Grand Herald building. Then you opened the safe and took out $1,250. Is that right?
No, I took $1,350.
Okay. You give me a couple hours and I'll tell you what you did on this case.
Here's your coat.
Yeah. What about my clothes? They're all ruined.
By the time you need them again, they'll be out of style. All right, come on, let's go.
On October 15th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 84, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of first-degree burglary. Due to his previous convictions, he was sentenced to life imprisonment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. All year round, it wears work clothes. On holidays, it dresses up. To most people, Christmas brings happiness and prayer. To some, it brings heartbreak. Then my job gets tougher. I'm a cop. It was Thursday, December 22nd. We were working the night watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We'd gotten the call that a 9-year-old boy was missing from his home. The evidence pointed to foul play. We had to check it out. I'll get it. Homicide, Friday. Oh, yeah, Doherty. Yeah. What's that number? Right, I got it. Yeah, 9-year-old, huh? Well, how long's he been gone? Right. Well, how do you figure homicide? Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Okay, sure, we'll get right on it. Right.
Anything?
Doherty, Unit 113J. He and Levinson are out on Hollis Avenue trying to track down a 9-year-old boy.
What's the story?
Well, the kid's missing. Suspicion of foul play.
How long's he been gone?
About 2 hours. Kid was last seen playing in the backyard of his home.
Yeah?
Doherty says they checked over the yard.
Find anything?
Blood stains. Lots of them. They look new. Tom Doherty from Highland Park Juvenile was waiting for us in front of the house. We went down the driveway and into the backyard. Doherty told us that the boy's mother told him that she'd gone out to do some Christmas shopping at 11 o'clock that morning. And when she returned home at 2 p.m., the boy was gone. His name was Stanley Johnstone, age 9 years. Ray Pinker started his preliminary investigation of the stains found on the patio.
There it is, fellas.
Yeah, Ray.
Very blue, bloodstains, all right. I don't know whether it's human or animal.
You have to go back to the lab to run it through?
Yeah, biological precipitin test.
How soon can you type the blood for us, Ray?
Precipitin test won't run more than 20 minutes. Take 3 or 4 hours to run a blood grouping, though. Anything else you want to check?
Now, let me borrow a scribe and an envelope, will you, Ray?
Sure.
22 caliber empty cartridge casing. I marked it for evidence. Doherty went on to tell us that he and his partner Levinson had talked with the neighbors. They could tell them nothing. He said they put out a missing broadcast on the boy and that the mother was at a loss to explain the boy's whereabouts.
Blood stains, empty cartridge.
Could mean 100 things.
Any ideas, Freddie?
Yeah, just one, and I don't like it. 4:30 p.m., Thursday, December 22nd. The neighborhood search for 9-year-old Stanley Johnstone continued. Ray Pinker went back to the crime lab to start the precipitin test and the blood grouping. Levinson and his partner Doherty from Highland Juvenile stood by. We called Captain Lorman, and he arranged for a special detail to aid in the search for the missing boy. Frank and I questioned the boy's mother, a Mrs. Ruth Johnstone, a woman in her early 40s. She seemed fairly calm under the circumstances.
Mrs. Johnstone, is your boy Stanley in the habit of wandering off without telling you where he's going?
No, he's not in the habit of wandering off, but he has done it before.
When was the last time, Miss Johnstone?
You don't have any children, do you, Sergeant Friday?
No, ma'am, I'm not married.
There comes that time in every young boy's life when he feels that it's time to leave home, go out on his own. Usually happens somewhere around 8 to 10.
Yes, I think I know what you mean. I have a boy of my own.
You know how it is. My husband and I scolded Stanley one afternoon after school, and he was quite put out about it. Thought George and I were unfair. Packed a few of his things and left.
How long was he gone?
Oh, no time at all, about 2 hours. I was worried about him, but my husband said to leave him alone. Said every boy had to go through that stage.
Well, and you think he's run away from home again this time, do you?
Yes, I think so. He's been gone about 4 hours now. I have a funny feeling about it.
Did you and his father have some misunderstanding with the boy recently?
That's just it. We haven't. I don't mind telling you, now that we're talking about it. I'm getting worried.
Any place around that he might like to visit, a hobby shop or a playground where he might be?
Well, yes, there's Jensen's model shop, little Heidi Robinson, but I've already called all his friends, and they have no idea where he is either.
I see. We'd like a list of all of his friends and the places that he was known to frequent.
Yes, all right, I'll give them to you. Where do you suppose he is?
Where's your husband now, Mrs. Johnstone?
At work. George works for the city. He's a fireman.
Where's he stationed?
Engine Company 12. He's working the A platoon. He'll be home tomorrow morning. I haven't told him Stanley's gone.
Was there any chance that the boy might be down at the firehouse with his father?
No, he seldom goes down there anymore. No, I don't think he's there. I'm awfully worried. May I call my husband?
Well, sure. Go right ahead.
I know George will be worried. Engine Company 12, please. Stanley's been gone too long. Hello? May I please speak with George Johnstone? This is Mrs. Johnstone. Thank you. I hate to call George at his work.
Yes, ma'am. Does your husband own a gun?
Yes, he does.
What caliber, would you know?
Well, it's a .45 automatic. He got it in the Army. George? This is Ruth, George. Is Stanley down there with you by any chance? Oh. No, I can't find him anywhere. He wasn't here when I came home from doing my shopping. Well, there are 2 policemen here. No, dear, I'll call you if we don't find him soon. All right, dear, yes, you too. Bye. I didn't think you'd be with George.
That .45, is that the only gun in the house?
Yes. Why are you asking about guns? Has anything happened you're not telling me about?
No, ma'am, just routine checking. We'll have to take a look at that .45 if you don't mind.
Well, maybe I should tell you. We do have another gun in the house, but it's all wrapped up. George bought it for Stanley's Christmas present.
Wonder if we could see that, please.
Well, yes. Do you have to unwrap it?
I'm afraid so.
Well, it's this way. It's in this closet. Think I can reach it. I had to hide it. Oh. Well, Stanley must have found it. It's gone. Here's the gift card and the box the gun came in. It was a rifle.
Wonder if I could see that box.
Oh, of course.
Thanks, ma'am. How about it, Joe? Thursday, December 22nd, 5:15 p.m. The search for the missing boy continued. We checked the list of Stanley Johnstone's friends. None of them or their parents had any idea of his whereabouts. We talked with Doherty again. He'd been in touch with the detail combing the neighborhood. They found nothing. We went down to Hollis Avenue and 10th Street, the service station on the corner. Want it down, Joe? No, I got one. Two 667, please. Thank you. Crime lab? Yeah, Ray? No, Ray Pinker. Hi, Ray. It's Friday. No sign of him yet. Did you finish the precipitant yet? I see. No, we don't know. Oh, we didn't want to upset his mother any more than we had to. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can do it that way. What? What? Oh. Yeah, well, transfer me over, will you, Ray? Yeah, thank you. Right, check you later, Ray. Well, hi, Captain. It's Friday. Yeah, well, we just left Doherty. If you... Yeah. Right? We'll stay on it. What'd Pinker have? It's human blood. He's working on the grouping now. He wanted to know the Johnstone boy's blood type. Something else. Yeah? There's another one missing. An 8-year-old boy. 6:30 p.m. We talked with Officer Doherty about the other missing boy. He told us that his name was Stephen Martin, 8 years old. His family had just moved into the neighborhood. It seemed that no one besides the Martin family knew that the boys played together. We got a description of the Martin boy and put out a missing broadcast. We called the Johnstone's family doctor. He told us that Stanley's blood type was type O. At 7 p.m., we talked with Mrs. John Martin.
Stevie told me he was just going out to play. He said he'd be home by 6 for dinner.
Yes, ma'am.
He's always prompt, never overstays his playtime. It's after 7, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am, 5 after.
You sure Mrs. Johnston doesn't know where the boys are?
She has no idea, Mrs. Morton.
Just terrible, just awful. I feel there's more to this thing, something you're not telling me.
Well, there's no use to upset you until we know a few things for sure.
Then you are holding back something.
Please try not to worry, Miss Martin. There are certain questions we have to ask, routine questions in any kind of investigation.
Is there anything else you want to know?
Yes, what's your boy's blood type?
Funny question. Do you think anything's happened to him? Have you found him and you're not telling me?
No, ma'am, we haven't found him. We don't think anything's happened to him.
Blood type?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I have it written down in Stevie's baby book. Yes, here it is. It's type O.
Thank you. I wonder if I might use your phone.
Yes, of course, in the hall.
Thank you. Excuse me?
Mm-hmm.
2667, please. Right. Hello, Ray. This is Friday. Just checking back. I got the blood type of the two missing boys for you. Yeah, type O. No, both boys, type O. Yeah. Right. Frank, see you a minute.
Right, Joe. Excuse me, Miss Martin.
Tinker just finished the blood grouping.
Bad?
The stains, both type O. 8 p.m., Thursday, December 22nd. Still no sign of either of the missing boys. Captain Lorman went back to headquarters to direct the search from there. He dispatched another detail of 50 men to aid in the hunt for the missing youngsters. 8:30 p.m. We went up the block to see Mrs. Johnstone. Her husband had quit work early and returned home. We talked with him. He could tell us nothing more than we already knew. We still had not informed either of the families about the blood stains and the empty cartridge casing which had been discovered in the backyard of the Johnstone home. It was more than possible that they had a right to know about our findings, but Frank and I felt there was no cause to add to the distress of the two families at this time. If the two missing boys were found alive and well, then the blood stains in the cartridge would be of no concern to the relieved parents. At 8:40 p.m., Frank and I left the Johnstone house and went to the home of Mr. and Mrs. John Martin.
Miss Martin, you say your husband works in a market.
Yes, he telephoned about 15 minutes ago and said he was closing up right away. He'll be here any minute. Do wish Stevie would call or come home. It's so cold out tonight. All he had on was a thin cotton shirt.
You try not to worry. We're doing everything we can. He'll be all right.
Stevie's father's such a sensitive man. He and the boy are so close. I know he's terribly upset.
Now, you say you looked every place. There's no place else the boy might be.
Oh, no place, no. If anything's happened to the boy, it'll just kill John.
You just take it easy, Mrs. Martin.
Sit still. I'll get it.
Thank you.
Joe.
Yeah.
The Johnstone kid, he'd been found.
He's home, Sergeant. He's come home. Thank God he's all right.
Well, where's he been? Did he tell you?
No, he didn't. He's acting so strange. I've never seen him like this.
How do you mean, Mrs. Johnstone?
Well, he just came in the front door, said hello, Mom, sat down in a chair and stared at the floor. Won't talk to his father or me.
Mind if we talk to him?
Well, no, go ahead. I asked him about the little Martin boy, but he wouldn't tell me a thing.
Where's he now?
In the dining room.
Looks all right, Joe.
Yeah.
Son, this is a police officer. He wants to talk to you. Don't be afraid, dear. He only wants to ask you some questions. Son. You see, Sergeant?
Stanley. Look at me, son. Come on, youngster. Get your head up. Come on now. That's better. Had your mother pretty worried, you know that? Want to tell us where you've been?
You should try and get him to eat a little something.
You hear that, son? You want something to eat? Stanley, there's another little boy up the street who hasn't come home. You know where he is? His father and mother are worried about him, too, just like your folks were. You've got to help us find him, son.
I killed him. I killed Steve. With the 22. We were only playing, but I killed him.
How do you know you killed him? Maybe he's only hurt now, isn't that it?
No, he's dead. I know he's dead. The gun went off. We forgot we put bullets in there.
Where is he, Stanley?
I hit him. I was scared. I didn't want anybody to find him. I don't want to go to jail.
Where'd you hide him, son?
Out in back under some leaves. I didn't mean it. He was my pal.
You want to show us where, Stanley?
Yes, I'll show you. Please don't send me to jail.
(9:15 p.m., Thursday, December 22nd. 9-year-old Stanley Johnstone led the way out beyond the backyard of his home. He showed us the wagon he moved the body in. Stanley led us to a small clump of trees in back of the house. There we found the body of Stephen Martin. There was a single bullet wound in his chest just below his heart. He was dead.
My folks were going to give me the gun for Christmas. I knew where it was and I got it. There was a box of bullets with it.
Were you pointing the gun at Stephen?
No, sir. No, sir, I wasn't. It was Steve's turn to play with it. I was chasing him and he tripped over that stump there and the gun hit him in the stomach and went off.
Why do you think you killed him if you're telling us the truth?
I'm telling the truth. Honest, that's the truth.
All right, I believe you, son, but why do you think you killed him?
It's my gun. Steve'd still be alive if I didn't go get it. Should have waited till Christmas. It's all my fault.
Where have you been all this time?
Right here. With Steve.
What were you doing, son?
I was praying. I was praying for God to make you alive again.
After a thorough investigation, Frank and I were convinced that the shooting of Stephen Martin was accidental. All evidence indicated that the Johnstone boy was telling the truth. We put in a call to the coroner's office and acquainted him with the facts. He designated a local mortuary to handle the body pending autopsy and granted us permission to remove the body to the Martin home. Mrs. Martin collapsed. The family doctor was called. Frank and I sat in the living room to wait for John Martin, the dead boy's father.
Edith? Edith?
Mr. Martin?
Yes. You the police?
Yes, sir.
Where's Edith? Where's my wife? Well, has my boy come home yet? Well, have you found him?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is he? Stevie? Stevie? Where's Steve? He's hurt, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, where is he? I want to see him.
He's hurt pretty bad, Mr. Martin.
Well, where is he? I want to see him. How bad?
Pretty bad.
He's dead. All right if I go in?
Yes, sir.
Will you go with me?
Yes, sir, sure. Don't make it any harder on yourself, Mr. Martin.
I see my boy. Stevie.
Listen to me.
Son, we've got a lot of nice things for you for Christmas. Everything you wanted. I got you 3 new cars for the train. And the one with the searchlight on it. It really works, Stevie. It really works. And the new switch you wanted. And a lot more track. You know, now you can have a big light out. and you know that catcher's mitt you wanted? I got that for you too. The cowboy outfit. I got that.
Mr. Martin.
What happened?
It was an accident, sir. He was playing with the Johnstone boy up the street. Playing with a gun. Went off.
What was the name of that other boy?
Stanley Johnstone. It was an accident, sir. Mr. Martin.
I want to see that boy.
We had no idea what the dead boy's father had in mind. We didn't feel that we should try to restrain him. We went along with him up the street to the Johnstone home.
I'm Stevie's father. Where's your boy?
I'm sorry. We bought the gun and we were going to tell him not to use it unless his father was with him until he learned how to treat firearms.
Where's your boy?
He's right here. Won't you come in?
It's all right, Miss Johnstone.
Are you the boy that was with Stevie?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Stanley.
I know it wasn't your fault, Stanley. I wonder if you'd do something for me.
Yes.
I've got a lot of nice presents for Stevie. I know he'd like you to have them. I want to give them to you. Christmas Eve.
Mom, I think that'd be a fine idea, son.
Come on, Frank. Well, what's it all prove, Joe? You don't give a kid a gun for Christmas.
On December 24th, the coroner's inquest was held at the County Morgue, Hall of Justice, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that inquest. The coroner's jury ruled that the death of Stephen Martin was the result of an accident.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Everything in it is one way or the other. There's no middle ground. Narrow alleys. Broad highways. Mansions on the hill. Shacks in the gullies. People who work for a living and people who steal. These are the ones that cause me trouble. I'm a cop. It was Monday, April 17th. We were working the day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Welch. My name's Friday. We'd gotten reports of an expert check forger operating again in the city. She'd written more than $20,000 in bad checks. We had to stop her.
Morning, Joe.
Hi, how'd the weekend go?
Oh, pretty slow. Stayed home, did some gardening.
How about that new lawn you put in? How's it doing?
Well, there's only one solution. If we want to garden, we're going to have to move.
Well, why? What's the matter now?
Same old thing.
Gophers?
Happens every year. I don't know why I try anymore. It's just a waste of good grass seed.
Joe, Frank?
Yeah, Ferguson.
Captain wants to see us.
Okay.
What's up, Fergie?
You ain't gonna like it.
What's that?
Skipper will brief us.
Morning, Skipper.
Hi. You two finished up with the Meyer case yesterday, that right?
Yeah, it's all washed up. We're clear.
Good. Then you can start on this one right away. You work with Besser and Ferguson here.
Well, what is it, Captain?
The grandma case.
I had a hunch, Joe.
What have we done to deserve this?
There's nothing any of us have done. It's what we haven't done. I want her stopped once and for all.
We any closer to her than we have been, Fergie?
Just about the same, Joe.
That's the reason I'm putting two more of you on it. How well do you know this case?
Well, just what we've heard around the office. Frank?
Same here. I could stand some briefing.
Ferguson?
Well, you must have heard how she operates 3 months out of the year, April, October, and December. That's all.
She's never been known to change the schedule?
Not as far as I know. She's been doing it the same for 9 years.
All the phony checks she cashes are personal checks.
That's right. She never writes them less than $2, never more than 100.
9 years. She been going that long?
9.5. It'll be an even 10 this October. You want to check them out on the totals, Ferguson?
Yeah, up to and including the first of the month, she's cashed 1,273 checks. The total is a little over $22,000.
Anything special about the way she writes the checks?
Nothing but the signatures. There's an alias list on it that'll knock your eye out. More than 200 different names.
Her description's still the same. About 50 years old, kind of plump, nice face.
A few minor changes. Last year, she had gray hair, dressed very plain. This year, she dyed her hair black, dresses a little more expensively.
9 years. That's a long streak of luck for any paper hanger.
That's just it. This old gal's not just an ordinary paper hanger. She's no amateur, now don't get me wrong. But she doesn't operate like any check forger I've ever known. She contradicts part of her MO, part of it she doesn't. She takes chances an ordinary paper hanger would never take, and she gets away with them. Take a look at just one of these exhibits. 28 checks passed on the same chain of grocery store, same company.
Pass them all in 1 month?
Nope, that's just the point. 2 years ago, she passed 14 of them, spread them out over a period of a month. Last year, she passed another batch of 14, all within 3 days. 1 year, she used a different name on each check. On this batch, she used the same name.
Well, does she have identification when she passes these checks?
Always. Phony driver's license, social security card, it works. Then she's got that sweet grandmother smile of hers. Clerks rarely turn her down when she shows up at the check.
You can get used to various descriptions on her, too. Give the file a look. Hardly 3 of the check victims can get together on what she looks like exactly.
But where are they getting stung the most? Downtown or out in the neighborhoods?
The neighborhoods. Anywhere from the beach area to the valley.
Well, that whole file, Skipper, that's not just her work, is it?
Every last bit of it. We can't fit it in a 6-foot shelf. In 9 years, I've had 5 teams of men work this thing. None of them reached her. You and Friday make the 6.
Yeah, well, it's April 17th. How's she doing so far this month, Fergie?
Cashed $602 in checks we know of since the first of the month. Same general description, same general MO.
No fresh leads?
She's been operating 9 years, Joe.
Yeah.
She's just as good as ever.
To the working detective, there's no tougher job than tracking a lawbreaker who's half professional and half amateur. You can expect a criminal who's entirely professional to react generally the same in a given set of circumstances. The same with the amateur. But take the two, the professional and the amateur, and intermingle their possible and probable reactions. You'll likely have a sound reason why and how an elderly woman could victimize merchants with $20,000 in bad checks over a period of 9 years without being caught. Grandma, as she'd come to be known, worked only 3 months out of each year, April, October, and December. Her apparent fine sense of timing and her knowledge of psychology was far and away superior to that of the ordinary paper hanger. If the file on Grandma was any indication, she apparently had been born to be a successful check forger. After Frank and I spent 3 days on the case with Sergeants Ferguson and Besser, we were almost convinced there was only one way we could reach the suspect. She had to make a mistake.
Fergie, how'd you do?
Pretty sour. 4 checks in 2 days. What'd you get?
2. Don Myers checked the signatures. They're all hers.
Here's our list if you're interested. Meat market out on Pico, $25. Grocery in West Hollywood, $48. 2 department stores downtown, $100 apiece.
How they describe the woman?
Same old yarn. She was a nice, charming little lady, about 55 or 60. Small, dark hair, graying, dark eyes, nice smile. Clerk told me she reminded him of his mother.
Yeah. For one thing, sure, her timing's just as good as it was 9 years ago.
The Downtown Merchants Association's screaming again. They're looking for action.
Well, fine, so are we. When they stop cashing checks for people they don't know, they'll stop getting hurt. We can't stand behind their counters and run a make on every one of their customers who wants to cash a check. How many publicity campaigns have we run on bad checks?
I don't know, but they don't seem to stop Grandma. You talked to the captain today?
Yeah, he's looking for action, too. I don't know what we can do unless we get some kind of cooperation from the merchants. Every time the old gal pushes a bum check, it's 3 or 4 days before it gets to the bank, and we hear about it. The trail's pretty cold by then.
Joe and I were talking just before you came in, Fergie. We can't expect too much to happen the way we're going.
Any ideas?
Well, more men and more stakeouts. The captain says he'll buy that. That's about all we can do.
Another 10 days and April will be over. Grandma will be through pushing checks until October again.
I don't know, Joe. Her formula's too perfect for me. There's got to be a flaw in it someplace.
Yeah, sure. All we got to do is find it. You got out a bulletin on that revised description of her, Fergie?
They're all taken care of. Special notices were mailed out to the merchants.
I'll get it. Forgery, Smith. Yes, sir. Oh? Yes, sir. We'll be right out. Thanks.
Anything?
Yeah, a supermarket on North Temple just got hit with 2 checks.
Yeah?
Clerk says the woman reminded him of his mother.
A week passed. The number of stakeouts on business places throughout the city was doubled. The MO and the description of the suspect was circulated among the merchants in the downtown and suburban shopping centers. Clerks were especially warned to be on the lookout for. The precautions went for nothing. Grandma's checks kept showing up at the rate of 2 and 3 a day. On April 27th, she passed a check for $50 at a delicatessen on Hollywood Boulevard. We drove out to interview the owner, a Mr. Hammerston.
She's the nicest old lady I think I ever met, Sergeant. Sure surprised me. Say, you wouldn't care for a piece of liverwurst, would you? It's a new brand. Don't know whether my customers are going to like it or not.
No, thank you.
Had you ever seen the woman before, Mr. Hammerston?
Oh, I guess she'd been coming in here for at least a week or two. Said she was new in the neighborhood. We used to get gabbing all the time.
Mm-hmm. Did she do much shopping here, sir?
Quite a bit, yeah. Always paid in cash. We got to be great friends, you know. Used to talk about the old country, things like that. She said she came from the same town in Finland my folks did. I guess she was just buttering me up, huh?
Well, that's the way it sounds, yes, sir.
Had you ever refused to cash a check for her?
No. She never tried to pass one, just this once, and I did it.
Do you have one of those circulars that we sent out on this woman?
Well, I'm ashamed to say it, Sergeant, but I have. It's hanging right back there in the storeroom. Thing is, I never connected the two, the woman and notice. The way she looks at you, you know? Like it'd be a heel even to question her.
How was she dressed the last time she was in? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Had on a black coat. Oh, I told you that. Very plain-looking clothes, like any other housewife. Print dress, some kind of scarf around her neck. That's about all I noticed.
How about that description of her in the bulletin we sent you? That fit her pretty well?
No, I guess so. Didn't seem exactly plump to me, though. Kind of a nice figure for a woman her age.
Well, do you know if any of your customers were acquainted with her?
No, I wouldn't know that. She acted as though she knew some of them, but, well, now that this has happened, I can see she was just putting on. She was a great disappointment to me.
Now, she is to a lot of people, sir.
I used to josh with her all the time.
Is that so?
Yeah. She seemed like a real good sport. Fine personality, joshing all the time. Just as homey as you please.
Mm-hmm. Fits in with the other descriptions.
Say, how are you ever going to catch somebody like that?
Well, we're not sure we will, sir.
Yeah? They're going to like this.
Two days later, on April 30th, right on schedule, the flow of bogus checks in Grandma's handwriting suddenly stopped. If she continued to work by the same timetable she'd been using for the last 9 years, she wouldn't start operations again until the 1st of October. During the next 5 months that followed, from May to the end of September, Besser, Ferguson, Frank, and I handled the usual run of check cases. At the same time, we used up every spare hour we had making preparations for Grandma's next appearance. Every businessman throughout the city who might be a possible victim was alerted. A revised description of the suspect, together with her M.O., was printed up and given wide distribution. Every possible precaution was taken. October came. Grandma started on the 10th year of her forgery career without a hitch. On October 1st, she cashed a check for $75 at a large downtown woman's shop. As soon as we got the report, we drove out to the store and went to the department where the check had been received. A fashion show was in progress. We asked to see the manager. Mr. Montrose, this is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday. We're from Forgery Detail.
Oh, yes, about that check, is that right?
Yes, sir.
We're having one of our autumn fashion showings this afternoon. It usually keeps us pretty busy.
Yes, sir. Are you the one who authorized this check to be cashed?
Yes, I okay all the checks that we cash in this department.
And you okayed this one? These are your initials?
Yes, that's right. I don't know what I can do for you, gentlemen. The check was passed. Very unfortunate occurrence. The sales girl handled the transaction. She showed me the check. I knew the signature, so I okayed it.
Mary Walker?
Yes, that's how the check was signed.
What kind of identification did the woman have?
Her charge account plate. You know, the small metal card? Charger plates, we call them. I recognized that and the signature immediately.
You know this Mary Walker pretty well, do you?
She's one of our best customers.
Friday, October 4th, 2 p.m. Before we left the store, we found that another worthless check bearing the signature Mary Walker had been cashed in a different department of the store on the same day as the other forged check. The woman had used the same means of identification, a metal charge account plate stamped with the name Mary Walker. We took the two checks back to the office and had Don Meyer in handwriting compare the signatures. There wasn't any doubt in his mind. The writing on both checks was Grandma's. It was only a hunch, but it was beginning to look as though the suspect had finally done what we'd been waiting 9 years for her to do. She'd made a mistake. Frank and I drove out to an address in the Wilshire district to interview Mrs. Mary Walker. She fit the general description of the suspect, but she denied writing either one of the checks which bore her signature.
Well, it's out of the question, Sergeant. I couldn't have written those checks. I haven't even been in the city for the past 5 days.
And these signatures on these checks, Mrs. Walker, they're not yours.
Well, it looks like my handwriting, but it's not. I didn't write those checks. They're forgeries.
Well, you do have a charge account at the store, don't you, ma'am?
Yes, I've had one there for years. Nothing like this ever happened, though.
Do you have one of those charge account plates, do you?
Well, yes, I did have one.
You lent it to someone in your family?
No. As a matter of fact, I lost it. I intended to report it to the store, but it slipped my mind.
Do you have any idea where and when you might have lost it?
Well, I think it was last Sunday night, Sergeant, but I'm not sure. Oh, just a minute. I know someone who would remember. Inez Lambert. She was there, and I'm sure that she'd remember.
Mm-hmm. Who's she, ma'am?
She's a girlfriend of mine. She lives in this neighborhood. Hello, Inez. This is Mary Walker. Oh, I'm just fine. You? Good. Say, Inez, what night was it that we went to the Boosters Club meeting? Sunday? Well, that's what I thought. Oh, nothing. Just some silly misunderstanding. Well, all right, Inez. Thanks for remembering for me. Yeah. Bye. It was Sunday night, Sergeant. Inez Lambert and I went to the neighborhood Boosters Club meeting, and I'm sure that that's where I must have lost it.
Well, and you think the charge account plate just fell out of your purse, is that it?
Either that, or it was taken.
Why do you say that, ma'am?
Well, it's a very serious thing, and I didn't want to mention it.
What's that?
Well, I left my purse on the chair next to me part of the evening. And when I got home, I thought I was missing a $5 bill out of my change purse. I didn't notice then that the charger plate was gone.
Do you remember who was at that meeting, Mrs. Walker?
Oh, 40 or 50 people at least.
How many women would you say?
Oh, a dozen, I suppose. Now, I'm not accusing anyone of robbery, Sergeant. I know that that's a very serious charge to make.
Do you know if one of the club officers might have taken a list of those present?
Oh, they don't have to. We do the same thing at every meeting.
What's that, ma'am?
We all sign the attendance book when we leave.
3 p.m., Frank and I contacted the secretary of the Neighborhood Boosters Club. He gave us a list of those present at the Sunday night meeting of the club. As Mary Walker had told us, each person present had signed his or her name and address in the attendance book. We took the record downtown with us and had Don Meyer compare each signature on the list with samples of Grandma's handwriting.
Number 32 on the list, fellas. That's it.
Positive make, Don?
No doubt in my mind. That's Grandma's handwriting. Let me see how she signed it.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Inez Lambert. We went down the hall to R&I and had them check the name Inez Lambert through the files. She had no criminal record. To Together with Bester and Ferguson, Frank and I spent the next day and a half trailing Inez Lambert wherever she went. She fitted the description of the suspect perfectly. We questioned her friends, her neighbors. We dug back into every corner of her life for the past 10 years. The results were pretty amazing. We found that she was highly respected by everyone she knew. She was active in a dozen civic and church organizations. Her reputation was spotless. There was only one hitch. Mrs. Lambert's hobby was charities. By checking back, we found that during the past 10 years, she donated an average of $3,000 annually to various charitable organizations. Her husband's total annual income was $7,000. From her bank, we obtained specimens of Inez Lambert's handwriting. It matched almost perfectly with every signature in the grandma file. Monday, October 7th, Frank and I called on Mrs. Lambert. She asked us back to the kitchen.
You know, Mary Walker was telling me about you. She told me about missing those things from her purse at the meeting. Is that what you wanted to inquire about?
Well, yes, ma'am. We wanted to ask you some other questions besides that.
Well, you sort of caught me at a bad time. I was just getting ready to put some baking in the oven for dinner tonight. Would you mind very much if we talked while I worked? I've got to get this done.
No, not at all, ma'am. You go right ahead.
Oh, there goes that cream sauce starting over again. Officers, just take chairs there, would you please? I'll be right with you in just a minute.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
You know, this cream sauce is so temperamental, I can't take my eye off of it for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Either of you officers like a nice cup of hot cocoa? It's kind of chilly out today.
Well, no, ma'am. We only have a few questions for you. It won't take very long.
I see. Well, I'll just get my eggs beaten up here then. Crowded here, would you mind holding that
Sure.
for me for just half a minute? But anyway, that's fine. Thank you very much. These eggs beaten, you know, we make meringue. You can't make meringue very well without plenty of eggs.
Yes, ma'am. What's this going to be?
Oh, this is going to be a pinch pie. Did you ever hear of a pinch pie? It's, you know, it's a sort of a meringue tart. I'll just beat these up nice and fluffy. Sorry, I'll take it, please. Sergeant, would you mind handing me that cup of sugar right back up here, or some sugar, and I'll put it right in the cup here.
Yes, ma'am. There's a cup here. Do you
This is a whole pack. No, I'll leave the one. It's all right. Thank you very much. Just pour a little. That's enough. Thanks very much. Make it rather nice. There we are. Beat these all up nice and fluffy. Now, what was it you wanted to know?
Well, Mrs. Walker had her charge account plate stolen that night at the Boosters Club meeting. Someone's been using it to cash bad checks in her name.
Is that so? Well, Mary didn't tell me that.
The same person who's using that charger plate has been cashing bad checks all over the city. Been doing it for some time now.
Oh, my. Well, I don't think I can help you, Sergeant. I went to that meeting with Mary. She says somebody must have been in her purse, but I didn't see them.
Do you have that charge account plate, Mrs. Lambert?
Me? Oh, no. I have my own. Now, let me see. Teaspoonful of vanilla, teaspoonful of vinegar, teaspoonful of water, combined in a small pitcher or cup.
We've got good reason to believe you have that charge account plate, ma'am. Did you take it from Mrs. Walker?
That's a silly thing for you to say, officer. I told you I have my own charger plate. I never borrow anyone else's. No reason to. I add a few drops of combined liquids and beat constantly.
Did you cash 2 checks last week and sign them with Mrs. Walker's name?
Why, of course not. Why should I do such a thing? Mary Walker's one of my best friends. I would do that to her even as a joke.
Our handwriting man compared the signatures on those 2 checks, Mrs. Lambert. Both of them match your handwriting.
Well, then your handwriting man certainly made a mistake. There's a large Pyrex dish in that cupboard right there. Would you mind getting your corner,
I'll
please?
get it.
Oh, on the top shelf, way up. That's right. On the left. No, not those. The big ones. See that one? That's right. That's Pyrex. Don't drop those on your head. There's some of my nice dishes. I don't want to break them. That's fine. That's it. Careful. Good. I think it's
You deny you wrote those 2 forged checks last week? You deny you've written and cashed about 1,500 worthless checks in the last 9 years?
Why, of course I deny it. You sure you haven't made a mistake?
We're sure, ma'am. Sorry, you'll have to come downtown with us for questioning.
What's that? Oh, my cream sauce is boiling over again, Sergeant. Oh, I can't leave the house now, right in the middle of getting dinner ready. My husband would be furious. If you want to talk, couldn't we do it later on?
Sorry, afraid not.
But you certainly can't accuse me of doing anything wrong. Folks at church will vouch for me.
We've got just as many people who say you cheated them. The same people who cashed those checks for you.
Quite a few of them, ma'am. 9 years worth.
But that's silly. 9 years and cashing checks. I'm sure you must mean somebody else, Sergeant. Well, I've got to get this platter greased now. Let me see. Heat meringue upon lightly greased platter. Yes, that's right.
We don't mean anyone else, ma'am. You'll have to come along with us, Mrs. Lambert.
But you can't prove a thing. You can't prove anything about me.
We've got a record downtown on every single check you passed since you started. We've got specimens of your handwriting and people to identify you. We know what your income is. We know how much you've given to charities.
My donations to charity are my business. You've no right to upset me like this.
How many average families give half their income to charity? Can you answer that for us, Miss Lambert?
But that's my business. It's none of yours. I certainly have a right to give what I please.
The money's got to come from someplace, ma'am. Is that what the checks were for? All right, we're going to lay it out for you, ma'am. We have all the evidence against you that we need. Witnesses, too. We don't know why you've been cashing these checks, but we do know that you have been. Now, I think it'll work out better for everybody concerned if you tell us the truth.
I do hope I put enough vanilla in that.
Would you like to tell us about it?
I never thought about anyone finding out again. I guess I should have expected it, shouldn't I?
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be terrible, I know. He'll never understand.
Who's that?
Albert, my husband. He'll never understand. Would either of you like a cup of coffee?
No, thank you, ma'am.
The money wasn't for me, you know. Not $1 of it. I can prove that for you.
Yes, ma'am.
It was all for charity. There were so many of them. Orphanages and old people's homes and the Christmas Poor Fund. And then the overseas relief charities. Well, they all needed money. Somebody has to take care of them.
Your husband didn't know anything about this for 10 years, ma'am?
Nothing at all. They were my charities. I had to have money for them. I took the money from people who had it and gave it to those who didn't. What do you think, Sergeant?
What's that?
Was I wrong? Do you think the good Lord will say I was wrong?
Well, I wouldn't know, ma'am.
I only wanted to help the poor. He did. He came to help the poor.
Well, there's a big difference, ma'am.
Yes?
He didn't use a checkbook.
On December 17th, trial was held in Department 81, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect entered a plea of guilty to 2 counts of forgery, and the remaining charges were set off the calendar. She received the sentence as prescribed by law. Forgery is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 1, nor more than 14 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. The people like things big, and that's the way they build them. Super highways, big parks, supermarkets, and big buildings. Most of the people do big things. Few of them are pretty small. They're my business. I'm a cop. It was Tuesday, January 18th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. My name's Friday. We'd found a 25-year-old unidentified man hiding in a freight car. In his arms, he held the body of a dead woman. The victim's identity was unknown. The suspect refused to tell us anything. We had to start at the beginning. I checked with the R&I division to see if we could find a record on the man.
Joe.
The cop out did anything yet? Nothing. Been asking questions. Might as well have been talking to myself. Might be in a state of shock. No, I don't think so. Did you get anything on him from R&I? No, it's clean. Where are you headed? Tomorrow, gonna pick up straw and roll the dead woman's prints. Okay. Hope you have better luck with him. See you later. All right. Your driver's license, Gordon. Better put it back in your wallet. Come on, Gordon. Put it back in your wallet. Now, look, son, I don't think you're helping yourself much by keeping quiet. There's a lot of explaining to be done here. Afraid you're the only one who can do it. Gordon? All right, son, it's just a matter of time. You're going to have to tell somebody sooner or later. Why won't you tell us now? What do you say? Look, son, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't get the reasoning behind all this. We know there's nothing wrong with you. We know you can talk all right. You talked to the officers in the radio car who brought you in. You know as well as I do you're going to have to explain what's happened. You're going to have to explain that dead body. Now, do you want to get it over with? Look, Gordon, if you didn't kill the woman, you haven't anything to worry about. And if you did, we're going to find out anyway. Who was the woman, Gordon? Will you tell me that much? What's her name? Did you know her very long? Gordon? What was she to you? Do you want to tell me that? Now, she's a fairly middle-aged woman in her early 50s, I'd say. Is that about right? Was she your mother, Gordon? Older sister, maybe. Any relation at all? What's the matter, son? You feeling sick? No? How about a cigarette? Bother you if I smoke? Now, I hope you haven't got the idea that we're trying to trick you into anything, Gordon, here. We've got a dead woman on our hands. We've got to find out why she's dead. Now, what do you say? There's no use looking at the clock, son. We're stuck here till we find out about that woman. That goes for both of us. Homicide, Friday. Oh, yeah, Jack. No, not right now. Ought to be back in about a half an hour. Right. Yeah, I'll tell him to call you. Right, bye. Okay, here's all we know about it. One of our radio cars, 1A4, answered a call from the night watchman down in the freight yards. He told the officers he'd spotted a man wandering around down near the far end of the train yards near the west gate. Watchman only saw him at a distance, but he said he could make out the man had a woman with him. She must have been either sick or she had too much to drink because the man appeared to be dragging her along with him. Now, the two of them disappeared behind a line of boxcars on the siding. When the watchman went to look for the two people, he couldn't find them. He called the radio car, and when the officers got there, they started searching and finally found you hiding back in the corner of an empty boxcar. You were holding the dead woman in your arms. There wasn't anything the officers could see that might have caused the woman's death. There were no marks on the body, nothing visible anyway. And when they tried to question you, all you'd tell them was your name and that you didn't want to live. You didn't care what happened to you. Now, that's about the size of it, Gordon. Did I leave anything out? Gordon? Yeah, maybe there is something else. From what we could gather, the dead woman had been doing some drinking before she died. Matter of fact, looks like she was a pretty heavy drinker. Another thing, we know you and the woman got into the train yard down by the west gate. We know that you dragged her body across the freight yard to that boxcar they found you hiding in. The marks from her shoes lead from the sidewalk through the dirt directly to the door of that boxcar. We can see where you dragged her body from the door back to the corner of the car. Now, that's the whole story so far, Gordon. You want to fill in the rest? Who is the dead woman? All right. How about these items we found in your pocket, Gordon? This address book here. Is this the woman's name in here? This handkerchief with a lipstick on it. Were you out with another girl tonight? Were you, son? If you were, it might help us if you tell us who she is. You hear me, son? How about this lady's ring you had in your pocket? Her name Elizabeth engraved on the inside. Does that tie in at all? Come on, Gordon. Who's it belong to? Homicide, Friday. Oh, yeah, Frank. You get an ident on her? Mm-hmm. H-O-F-F-M-A-N? Yeah. 2 N's, yeah, I got it. You're going right out there now, huh? Okay. Take O'Donnell with you, huh? Right? Yeah, let me hear from you. What? No, not yet. All right, yeah, fine. That was my partner, Gordon. The officer who was in here with you. They took the dead woman's fingerprints. They got her identified, son. Elizabeth Hoffman, age 52 years, music teacher. Last known address, 5473 6th Avenue. They're on their way out there now to check it out. Now relax, Gordon. That window doesn't lead anywhere. All right, you want to take another look at this ring? We've got a fair idea that it means something, Gordon. They examined the dead woman's hands. They know she was wearing a ring recently. Her name's Elizabeth Hoffman. Name Elizabeth engraved on the inside of this ring. Now look, we're going to get the answer sooner or later. How about it? What were you doing with this ring in your pocket? Now let me tell you, young fella, I don't know what's bothering you, but whatever it is, we're going to find it out and get it through your head. You're in a bad spot. If you're not interested in helping yourself, then neither am I. Now the monkey's on your back. You're going to have to help scratch it off. Now get with it. What's it all about? All right, let's have your driver's license. Come on, get it out. Gordon John Miller, 2055 Malcolm Avenue. Hello, information. Do you have a phone listing for 2055 Malcolm Avenue? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mm-hmm. 32192. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Put the phone down.
You ready to tell us?
No, I won't tell you.
Any way you want it, Gordon.
No, you can't call him. You can't. I won't let you.
All
You
right,
can't.
take it easy, will you?
They don't know. They can't tell you. Give me the phone. You. Sit down.
Sit down in that chair. If you won't give us the answers, we'll find somebody who will. The sooner you get it through your head you're not here on a traffic ticket, the better. You're going to stay in that chair till we get ready to book you. I'm sick of treating you like a baby.
They can't tell you. They don't understand. They can't tell you.
Is this the Miller residence? 2055 Malcolm Avenue? Yes, well, my name's Friday, ma'am. Police Department, Central Homicide. Yes, ma'am, Police Department. Who is this speaking, please? I see. Well, Miss Miller, are you related to a Gordon Miller? Your brother? No. He's not hurt, ma'am. Nothing's wrong with him. Ma'am? Yes, he's here. We're holding him. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to come down here to the City Hall. Yes, ma'am. It's important. We'd like to talk to you. No, as soon as possible. Yeah. But you can get in through the Main Street entrance. No, the Main Street, M-A-I-N. On the main floor, yes. Ask for Friday. Sergeant Friday, yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you. Goodbye. It's your sister Lillian. She's on her way down, Gordon.
It's not going to help. She doesn't know. None of them know.
Who's them? You mean your family?
You shouldn't have called them. They don't know about it. They can't tell you. Why did you have to call?
You know why, Gordon. We gave you plenty of chance to tell us yourself. The answers had to come from somewhere.
Come on, sit down now. Be quiet. Be quiet. Hey, I got a 390 in here with a knife.
What's the story?
Now she was chasing some old guy down 5th Street with this.
Where do you live, lady? What's your name? What's your name? You been drinking? Pretty tough to be out in weather like this, aren't you? What's your address, lady? Oh, you'll never get out of here till you tell us. All right, come on.
I'm not going
give
to
us
tell you
your name.
anything.
We got all day, lady.
What do you want me to say? What do you want?
It's pretty simple, Gordon. Just tell us what happened tonight.
She's dead, isn't she? Elizabeth?
Yes, that's right.
There's nothing else to say. I killed her.
Why did you kill her, son?
I'm not sure. Really, I'm not. I think I felt sorry for her. I killed her, though. I know that much.
You murdered a woman, but you don't know why.
Yes. I keep trying to remember. I can't. It doesn't seem real.
No marks on the body, Gordon. None we could see anyway. How'd you kill her?
I killed her. That's enough, isn't it? I murdered her. Please don't talk anymore.
I'm sorry, son. That's not even half the story. You admit you killed the woman. You won't tell us why. You won't tell us how.
They wouldn't let her alone. They kept hounding her. Elizabeth.
Come on, son. Snap out of it. That's not going to help any. Come on.
Yeah.
How long have you known this Elizabeth Hoffman? How well do you know her, son?
I've known her for 10 years. She was my music teacher. Piano. Brilliant woman. Elizabeth was a real artist.
You've been taking piano lessons from her for 10 years?
Yes, sir. I started with her when I was 15. I was 25 last month. I couldn't have had a more brilliant teacher. She was gifted. Elizabeth was a prodigy when she was 6 years old, gave concerts all over Europe.
That's your profession now, Gordon? Concert pianist?
Not exactly. I've had a few recitals. I wasn't ready. Elizabeth believed in me, though. Always used to say I had a great future.
She drank quite a bit, didn't she, Gordon?
Yeah, she drank. The reason for it, though. Reason for everything. It's that way with a lot of brilliant people. They drink once in a while.
Well, she drank more than that, son.
She had a reason for it. Who are you to sit in judgment on her? Elizabeth was a brilliant artist, a great woman. Great. One of the finest musicians in the country. A great woman.
She was a drunk, a bad drunk. Now, let's face it, son. You know it as well as we do.
You're a liar. She wasn't a rotten liar.
6 drunk arrests in 14 months. That's what her card reads in the record bureau. Those are the only times we know of. How many can you add to it?
She drank. She felt it was the only way out for her. There wasn't any other way.
Now, you're talking in circles, Gordon. Now, get it straightened out, will you?
You want to know why Elizabeth drank? And ask my family. They'll tell you. They'll tell you a lot of things if you want to believe it.
What's the matter? Don't you get along well with them?
I just want them to leave me alone, that's all. Just let me alone.
She must have been a good friend.
I knew you wouldn't understand. I was in love with Elizabeth. She was in love with me. We were going to get married.
You're 25 years old, Gordon. Is that right?
Yes.
Elizabeth Hoffman was 52. That's what our records show.
What about it?
27 years difference. It's a little unusual, wouldn't you say?
What of it? Everything that's great is unusual. It's what makes it great. I loved her. Time didn't make any difference. A few years, what of it? I loved her more than any woman in the world. She meant everything. I didn't care if she drank. I didn't care if she was old. You don't stop being beautiful just because you grow old. Elizabeth was beautiful.
The drinking didn't help her much.
I don't care about that. I still said she loved me and I loved her. Believe me, please, I loved her.
Yes, son, I believe you. Let me ask you this.
Yes?
All right, you say you respected her. She was talented. You were grateful to her. She was generous. She made sacrifices for you. Did everything for you she could. She loved you and you loved her and you were going to marry her.
Yes. This fall, on the way to South America. Going to be married, what we always wanted. Elizabeth. We've been so happy. Happy.
Then why did you kill her?
Joe.
Yeah, Frank.
See you a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Something I think you ought to know.
Yeah.
John and I checked the boarding house the Hoffman woman was staying at. Checked her rooms, clean, everything in order.
Mm-hmm.
This Miller had the room next to hers, so we shook his place down, too.
Anything?
Well, his bags were packed. Looked like he was ready to leave. Something else.
Yeah.
Kitchen sink, bottle of poison.
Tuesday, January 18th, 11:55 p.m. My partner Frank Smith and I continued questioning the murder suspect, 25-year-old Gordon Miller. While he freely admitted to the murder of his music teacher and fiancée, 52-year-old Elizabeth Hoffman, we still were unable to get him to give us a good reason for the murder. 12:20 a.m. The interrogation went on.
Remember packing your suitcases before you left the boarding house?
Packing? Yes, I think I do. Elizabeth and I talked about going away for a few days, someplace out of town. I think we were going to go tomorrow.
They checked both your rooms, Gordon, yours and Elizabeth Hoffman's. They found your bags packed, but there was nothing about her room that indicated that she was going away. Everything was in order. Can you explain that for us?
No, I don't know. Maybe she didn't have time. Hadn't gotten around to it. I guess you found the poison, too.
Yeah, that's right.
I got it 2 days ago. We thought about it. We even wrote a letter explaining why we'd do it.
Yeah.
We didn't have the courage, though. Neither one of us.
We talked about it, decided to forget it. Now I've told you everything. There isn't anything else to say.
Friday.
Yeah.
I don't want to see her. I don't want to see her. Please, keep her out. Keep her away.
You the boy's sister?
Yes, that's right. I'm Lillian Miller. You Sergeant Friday?
That's right. You step over here. Thanks, Logan. It's my partner, Frank Smith, Miss Miller.
How are you, Gordon? It's been such a long time. How have you been?
Chair, Miss Miller.
Oh, thank you. What is it, Gordon? What's the trouble about? Oh, honey, what is it? Won't you even look at me?
Get out of here. Let me alone. Get out.
Please, Gordon, don't. I'm here to help you, honey. They called me tonight. They said you're in trouble. Now, what is it? Let me help you, please.
You can't help. She's dead. Now, will you go home? Elizabeth's dead. I killed her.
Merciful God, no.
Will you take her out, Sergeant? Tell her to go.
You don't know what you're saying, honey. Oh, he's not in his right mind, Sergeant. I know he's not. Oh, please, Gordon, you have to let us help you. I called Dad just before I left. He's on his way here now. We'll get a lawyer. Don't worry, honey. It'll be all right. Everything will be all right.
She's dead. Can you bring her back?
Gordon, you couldn't have killed her. You couldn't have.
Tramp, no good tramp.
Gordon, please.
What are you crying for? What right have you got to cry? You have to love somebody to cry for him. You hated Elizabeth. You didn't even know her, but you hated her. You and Dad, both of you. You made a hell out of her life. You made one of mine. Hounding her, torturing her. Why couldn't you let her alone? Why couldn't you let us alone?
We only did it for you, Gordon. We thought it was best for you.
You fool. How could you know what's best for me? You of all people. You and your two husbands, your boyfriends, the big life. I know about you, Lillian. I know about you.
Say anything you want, Gordon. I don't care. But let me help you, please. Gordon, it doesn't count what I am. Just let me help
My name's Miller. Who's in charge here?
What do you want to see?
I got it, Lopez.
I don't want him in here. I don't know him. He's not my father.
All right, take it easy, Gordon.
Gordon, please try and understand. We only want to help you.
I'm Henry Miller. Who's in charge here?
My name's Friday, Mr. Miller. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
What's this thing all about? Why have you got Gordon here? What's the meaning of this?
Sir?
Those handcuffs on my son. Gordon, who did it? Who put them on you?
I did. It was the only way we could settle him down.
Taking quite a bit of authority in your hands, aren't you? Get him off him right now. No reason to handcuff him.
I'm sorry. It can't be done.
I said take him off. I have a little influence in this town. I'll see to it the police commission hears about this. What's my son doing here anyway?
It's the Hoffman woman, Dad. Elizabeth Hoffman.
What about her?
She's dead. Gordon says he killed her. Dad, we've got to do something.
Don't tell him anything, Gordon. Don't say a thing. I'll get a lawyer for you right away. I know what your rights are. Don't tell him anything.
Did you know Elizabeth Hoffman, Mr. Miller?
I knew her slightly. Can't see what this fuss is all about anyway. Woman wasn't any good to begin with. No good at all. Kept trying to get her hooks into Gordon. I tried to break it up half a dozen times. Imagine, 50-year-old woman running around with a kid like Gordon. Bum, that's all. Drunken bum. No good at all. You liar. You loud, ignorant liar. You ought to be glad I'm handcuffed to this chair. I never thought of hitting you before. I'd like to do it now. There's only one thing I want to tell you, then get out.
What's the matter with you? What are you talking about? Don't you know the position you've gotten me in?
I know this much. I hate you. I hate every bit of you. You go ahead and call me your son. There's nothing I can do about that. I'll never call you my father. Never in my life. Now get out.
Please, Gordon, don't say those things. Try and understand.
Get him out of here. Get him out of my sight.
Please, Dad, he's not well. Try and understand.
I hate you. I hope you never forget it. I hate you.
Dad.
I'll see you at home, Lily. It's the maid's night out. Lock the door before you go to bed.
Please, Dad, we've got to help. Don't leave, Dad! Oh, dear God, dear God.
Sergeant.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
All right, Gordon, just a minute. Miss Miller, I wonder if we could step into the next office for a minute. There's something I'd like to ask you.
Oh, yes, all right. You'll let me see Gordon again?
Yes, ma'am. This way. Right over there's all right. Now, about this Elizabeth Hoffman, Miss Miller, did you know her at all?
Yes, not very well, though. I only met her twice. Last time was about 3 weeks ago.
What was the occasion, Miss Miller? Can you remember?
Well, I went to see her at her place. I wanted to talk to her about Gordon. See if I couldn't make her listen to reason.
You wanted her to stop seeing your brother?
I tried to talk to her. I even offered her money if she'd let Gordon alone. It wasn't any use. She'd been drinking. She wouldn't even listen. Kept saying she was going to marry Gordon.
Well, what's the big attraction? Would you know? I mean, between your brother and the woman?
Well, it's hard to say. Certainly wasn't a good-looking woman. Far from it. Only one way I can figure it out. I think she flattered Gordon.
How do you mean?
There's only one thing Gordon ever really wanted. He wasn't too interested in women, things like that. All he wanted was to be a musician, a great pianist. It's all he ever wanted. Sad part about it is he'll never make it. And I think down deep he knows that. When he was a kid, Dad sent him to the finest teachers. After about 6 months, they all said the same thing.
Yeah?
He'd never make it. Oh, he could play well enough, but he certainly wasn't exceptional. He never improved. Just stayed the same. Then he started taking lessons from Elizabeth. She convinced him he had a great talent. Kept telling him she'd make a great pianist out of him. The last 3 years, she kept promising to take him on a tour. Europe, South America. Never happened. I think Gordon knew it could never happen.
I see. Can you think of any reason at all why you'd want to kill her?
Well, there isn't any reason. None at all. Gordon didn't kill her. He couldn't kill anyone. I'm sure of it.
Well, I hope you're right, Miss Miller, for your brother's sake. Would you excuse me for a few minutes, please?
Yes, all right.
You wait here. I'll be right back.
All right.
All set, Joe? Yeah, in a minute. Gordon?
We ready to go?
I'd like to ask you one more question, son. I'd like to have you tell me the truth.
Yeah?
What did you have in common with Elizabeth Hoffman? She was twice as old as you are. You gave up a lot for her. She didn't have any money. She was an alcoholic. What was the big attraction?
You mean?
That's right.
You tell me, Sergeant. Why do you love any woman? Why? Because you need 'em. You need 'em. You can't be alone. Nobody can be alone. I needed Elizabeth. That's why I loved her. There's only been 2 women in the world who understood me. One of them was Elizabeth. The other one was my mother. She died when I was 12. Now they're both dead, both of them. Only ones who understand. He never did. All he knows is business, making money, more money. That's why he hated Elizabeth. He was jealous. She understood me. She knew what I was like. She knew all about me. When I was with Elizabeth, I was safe. I was happy close to her. There wasn't anything to be afraid of. I'd go to her just like my mother. I'd put my head on her shoulder, and she'd put her arms around me. I wasn't frightened anymore. I was safe. Everything was all right. Like when I was a little kid in the night, I'd call out for my mother. She was always there. She'd put her arms around me, and everything was safe. I wasn't afraid. I needed her. It was the same way I needed Elizabeth. Do you understand now? Do you know why I loved her?
Yeah, I think I do. Only one question left. Why did you kill her?
I don't know. I really don't. Maybe I'll remember.
Gordon, are you sure you killed her?
She died in my arms. I must have killed her. Tomorrow, maybe. Maybe I'll remember tomorrow. Is Lillian still here, my sister?
Yeah, she's waiting outside.
Did you hear my father, what he said? Told her to be sure and lock the door?
Yeah.
Just like my father. They don't have to lock that door. It was locked 13 years ago.
How do you mean?
It was locked the day my mother died.
On January 19th, an autopsy was performed at the county morgue, city and county of Los Angeles, state of California. In a moment, the results of that examination. The results of the autopsy showed that Elizabeth Hoffman had suffered from a chronic heart condition aggravated by excessive drinking. Cause of death was listed as myocarditis, inflammation of the heart muscle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Over 2 million people. Almost 1 million of them work. Some of them work in factories. Some of them work in stores. Most of them work hard for a living. A few of them try to take things the easy way. That's why I have a job. I'm a cop. It was Monday, July 9th. We were working the day watch out of robbery division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. A man had been pulled from his car, been beaten and robbed. His car had been stolen. The criminal had made good his escape. We had to find him.
Stacy Hollywood. That'll be the yardage department. Yes, ma'am, I'll connect you. Yes, sir, can I help you?
We're police officers, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Like to see one of your employees, a Harvey Kimbrough.
Just a moment, I'll page him for you.
Thanks very much.
Got a match, Frank?
Yeah, sure, Joe, here.
Thank you.
You know, when I was a kid, I never could figure out what that was.
What's that?
The auto call. Calls employees to the telephone. Rings all over the store.
Yeah, I know.
Office. Yes, Mr. Kimbrough. There are 2 policemen waiting to see you on the 8th floor.
Thank you, please.
All right.
No.
That was
That's all I
Mr.
got.
Kimbrough. He's on his way out.
Thank you very much. I give you the crime report on this thing?
No, I think you kept it, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yes, sir, can I help you?
Hey, you want one of these, Joe?
What are those?
Pepto Pals. Good, try 'em.
What are they for?
Coat the stomach. Real good for stomachache.
Yeah, but I haven't got a stomachache.
Oh. Hey, Joe, I sure like that Ann Baker.
Yeah?
Of course, you know me. I liked her right off the first time I saw her down at that department store.
Yeah, she's a nice girl.
Well, now you can begin to think about settling down, huh, Joe? You know, like Fay and me. Gonna get yourself a little house, start sinking those roots, Joe. You know, they're putting up a lot of nice tract houses these days.
Do you think maybe you're rushing a little bit? I just met her.
How old are you, Joe?
32.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, how old were you when you got married?
35. But I feel I waited too long, Joe. I don't want that to happen to you.
Well, according to your figures, I still have 3 years to go.
Yeah, but Ann's such a pretty girl. You can do a lot worse. I just don't want you to forget about it.
Not a chance with you around.
These gentlemen here, Stella?
Yes, that's right.
Are you Harvey Kimbrough?
Yes, sir.
What if we could step over here and talk, please?
Yes, sir. I sure appreciate you people coming over here. I don't like to take time off from my work. It's pretty tough on my partners, Clive and Warren.
Yes, sir, we understand.
Janitor work in a big store like this keeps you hopping. You haven't got any idea who the holdup man is yet, have you?
No, sir, we haven't. We'd like to get a little more information on what happened.
Did you talk to the 2 officers in the police car?
Yes, we did, but it's customary for us to make a follow-up for any additional information.
You fellas are plainclothesmen, is that it?
Yeah, we're from Central Robbery.
Oh, I see. Well, I never knew I'd get this much service.
Wonder if you'd mind going over it again for us, Mr. Kimbrough. Maybe something you didn't think of when the other officers talked to you.
I believe I told them everything. I was on the way down to work this morning about 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm. You live out in Alhambra.
Yes, sir, that's right. I take the freeway in.
It was on Commercial Street that you were held up, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Commercial, right near Alameda, almost to the corner, where they're tearing those big buildings down. Man flagged me down and looked like his car was stalled.
Yes, sir.
I always make it a habit to stop when I see somebody in trouble. I know how it is this time in the morning. No gas stations open. Figured maybe the fella needed a shove or something.
So you stopped to give him a hand, is that right?
Well, that's what I had in mind. I'd more than stopped the car, and he came over, pointed a gun at me, and told me to get out.
What'd you do?
Well, I asked the fellow what he wanted. I told him I didn't have any money. Told him I was in the way to get on to my work.
What'd he say to that?
He didn't say anything. Just opened the car door, grabbed him by the arm, and pulled me out. I wasn't prepared for it, and I kind of fell into the street.
Well, now, your car is a blue 1948 Dodge sedan. Right rear fender damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Sure hope you get that thief. And my car, too. Awful hard to get around Los Angeles without a car.
Well, we'll do our best.
Took my wallet from me. All the money I had. $14. Then he said, don't bother to get up. Stay right there for 5 minutes after I leave. And he bent down and he hit me in the face.
What'd he hit you with?
With his fist. Yeah, hit me right here. See? You can see the cut here, right in front of my lip here. See? Yeah, bled pretty heavy.
Yeah, that's a nasty cut.
It's better now. The men who came in the ambulance, they put something on it. It'll be all right.
Well, did he knock you out when he hit you?
Oh, no. No, I saw him get in my car, and then the car was parked up ahead, took off, and this man who held me up, he followed in my car.
Did you try to locate a phone, call for help?
I didn't have to. This Mr. Ferguson pulled up and stopped right away, and then the officer came. Besides, I figured I'd better do what I was told.
How's that?
Well, I was afraid. I was going to wait 5 minutes.
Frank and I left the department store, picked up our car in the parking lot next door, and drove out to the San Fernando Valley, the 800 block on Satacoy Avenue. A card on the front door told us we could find Sidney Ferguson in the garage. Oh, look at this, Joe.
Yeah.
You looking for something?
Yes, sir. We're looking for a Sidney Ferguson.
Surely, I'm Sidney Ferguson.
Police officers, Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, about that holdup this morning down on Commercial Street?
Yes, sir. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Oh. Happy to know you.
Hi.
Oh, excuse my wet hand. I've been cleaning up my tanks.
Sure.
You fellas work out of the city hall?
Yes, we do.
You wouldn't happen to know a John O'Grady down there in Narcotics Division? I went to high school with John.
No, I don't believe I know him, right?
O'Grady?
Yeah.
Tall fella, kind of blonde, wavy hair?
Yeah, that's right. Good-looking fella.
Yeah, I think I've seen him around.
Good friend of mine. Say, wasn't that a shame this morning, that Kimbrough fella?
Yeah, it was a rough one. Well, the reason we came out to see you is we thought maybe you could give us some additional information on it.
Oh, I'll be glad to give you all the help I can. I'd like to see you get that hold-up man.
You mind giving us a rundown on what happened this morning?
No, not at all. Let's see, it was about 5 o'clock this morning. I'm not usually up that time of the morning, but I was on my way back from Monterey Park. I generally try to make it down there once or twice a week. I get down to see Bruce Duffy, an aquarist friend of mine I have down there. We swap fish.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was on my way back coming down Commercial Street when I saw this fella sitting on the side of the curb. It looked like he was hurt to me.
I see.
Now, I wouldn't have noticed probably. It was pretty dark, but those two cars pulled out, one right after the other, seemed to be in a big hurry.
And you pulled up to give Kimbrough a hand?
Yeah, I did. Of course, when I got close enough, I could see the guy had been kicked in the teeth. He was bleeding pretty bad. I offered to give him a hand, take him to the hospital, but he said he didn't want to be late for work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after the officers came and talked to him and the ambulance men treated him, I drove him up to Stacy's Hollywood. I dropped him off there. That's where it works,
Yeah. The report says that you have the license number on the getaway car, but you couldn't find the paper you'd written it on when the officers interviewed you. Is that right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, if that doesn't beat them all.
What's that?
Well, I had the piece of paper a few minutes before the officers got there. I guess I was more rattled than that Kimbrough fella. And when I got home here this morning, there was a slip of paper right on the floor of my car. A little bit of a break, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. Sure got a lot of fish.
Yeah, that's my hobby, raising them.
Oh, sure.
Well, let's see, where did I put that piece of paper? I really wrote it down, believe me. I just misplaced it somewhere here. I've been trying to get rid of some of the algae off the glass in my tanks.
Hey, Joe, look at this.
Gee, did you ever see anything prettier in your life?
Yeah.
How'd you fellas really like to see something you haven't seen before?
What's that?
Take a look in this tank here. Aplochromis multicolor. That's a scientific name. Commonly known as the Egyptian mouth breeder.
Is that a fact?
That's a little female there. See? She's one of the most sacrificing mothers in aquarium history. One of the strangest, too.
How's that?
Well, she lays her eggs in a small depression in the sand down there at the bottom of the tank.
Well, how many eggs would that be?
Usually 80 to 90. Now, here's the strange part. As the eggs are fertilized, she scoops them up into her mouth.
She eats them?
Oh, no. They remain in her mouth while they hatch.
How long does that take?
Over 14 days.
How does she eat?
That's just it. She doesn't. She doesn't touch food in any form for this 2-week period. Seems to just waste away.
Well, what happens then?
Finally, the eggs hatch after 14 days, and little fry comes swimming out of the mother's mouth.
Yeah?
And while the fry are growing up, first you can hardly see them, they're so tiny. While they're growing up, if anything frightens them, quick as a flash, back in the mother's mouth.
Well, that's certainly amazing. Now, Joe.
Yeah?
Is this as big as they ever get?
Yes, sir. 1 inch to 1.5 inches.
Hard to believe.
Well, the bedders are almost as strange. Male builds a bubble nest up here on the surface. Say, isn't that funny? Here's that paper.
Huh?
The one with the license number on it.
What if I could see that, please?
Oh, sure, here you are.
Thank you.
Pretty sure of this number, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, sir, I am. I got a good look at it.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, not at all. Wish you could spend a little time. Seem kind of interested in tropical fish.
Well, yes, sir, I'd like to sometime.
Well, bye.
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 Oh, say, Officer Smith.
Yeah?
Just a minute. Say, I almost forgot.
Yeah?
In about 5 weeks from now,
Yeah?
how'd you like a nice pair of baby Egyptian mouth breeders?
"10:45 a.m. Frank and I got in the car and headed back toward town. I called communications and had them check the license number Ferguson gave us through DMV. They called back and told us the car was a 1949 Chevrolet 4-door sedan. The registered owner was a Jack B. Grant, 19112 Beacon Street in the southwest part of Los Angeles. It was a large, old-fashioned residence that had been converted into a rooming house. We checked with the landlady, a Mrs. Ida Fisher. How do you do, man? Police officers, do you happen to have a Jack Grant registered here?
Yes, he's been with me here about 8 months, but he's not in now.
What time did Grant leave this morning, Mrs. Fisher?
Well, it was pretty early. Must have been around 4 a.m. when I heard him go out. Came back in again this morning about 8 o'clock, parked his car, then he drove off with some other man.
Would you happen to know who the other man was?
No, I wouldn't. I just saw him drive off.
Where does Grant park his car, ma'am?
Around the back in the garage.
Mind if we take a look at it?
No, that's all right. Just go on back there down the drive.
Well, thank you very much.
Now, there's 2 cars parked there. The black Ford belongs to Mrs. Spencer.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
And the 19 and 49 Chevrolet, that's Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. We checked the car and the license number. It matched the description given us by the victim, Harvey Kimbrough, and the witness, Sidney Ferguson. Together with Mrs. Fisher, we checked Jack Grant's room. We found nothing of importance. His clothing and personal effects were all there, nothing to indicate that he wouldn't be back. We told the landlady that we were placing the house under surveillance, and if Grant should return, not to say that we'd been there. She agreed and offered further assistance. She said she'd signal us by raising and lowering her front window curtain when Grant returned. We parked down the street, called the office, and advised them we were on stakeout. 2 men were sent out, and they covered the back entrance. Frank and I covered the front. By 6 o'clock that night, Grant had failed to show. 9 p.m., still nothing. 11 p.m.
What time did they say that relief team was coming out?
Around 11 sometime.
Yeah, Chandler and Ricketts, huh?
I don't know, I guess so.
Oh, boy, I'm stiff. Feels like needles all over my body. It's been about 12 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, just about.
Just like driving to San Francisco. You know, Faye makes me drive all the way, and when I get out at the other end, I'm stiff as a board.
There's a car pulling up down there.
Oh, yeah.
You see who it is?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Ricketts.
Friday?
Hi, Jack.
Who's this you got with you?
Same guy you borrowed the candy bar from 2 weeks ago. How about it? I'm hungry.
Glad you reminded me. That bar was pretty stale. As soon as I find one to match it, I'll pay you back. It's a house over there, huh?
Yeah, Jack, the green and white one.
No sign of him at all, huh?
No, nothing.
Well, you guys want to take off?
Yeah. I guess you can make out all right, Ricketts. You got Chandler with you.
Friday, I feel sorry for you drawing this guy for a partner.
Well, after 7 years, he kind of grows on you. I'd like to check out with the landlady before we take off. Her name's Ida Fisher, Jack.
Right, Joe.
Let's go, Joe.
Joe.
See you later, Jack. Say hello to Chandler.
Right, Frank. Good night.
Good night.
That Ricketts sure is a rib staker.
Yeah.
Light's still on in the living room. Guess she's sweating it out with us.
Yes, Sergeant Friday?
Sorry to bother you again, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right. Mr. Grant still hasn't come in.
I wonder if it'd be all right if we took another look at his room.
I don't see why.
Watch it!
Mr. Grant, where are you going? Mr. Grant!
It's Grant, out the back! Right, Joe. Frank, you all right?
I didn't know he had a gun. He made me hide him.
Lady, will you call an ambulance, please?
He's not dead, is he?
Lady, will you call that ambulance? Hurry. Monday, July 9th, 11:28 p.m. The ambulance arrived and Frank was taken to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. His condition was critical. Despite the fact that the other men on stakeout at the house had closed in as quickly as possible, Jack Grant somehow had succeeded in jumping out a side window and making good his escape through a maze of neighboring backyards. The men at the scene began a search of the immediate area. I called in and communications got out a broadcast and an APB. A special detail of men and cruiser cars was rushed to the scene and a blockade was thrown up around the area. Then I called Ann Baker and asked her to meet me at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. I stayed on and worked with Ricketts and Chandler. Under questioning, the landlady, Mrs. Fisher, broke down and admitted that Grant had given her $10 to keep his presence in the house a secret. She told us that when we'd searched the suspect's room earlier, he had hidden in the cellar. She was taken into custody. 1:30 a.m. I got a relief and I went downtown to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, the P&F ward. When I got there, Ann Baker was waiting in the hall. How is he?
I don't know. They won't let anyone in to see him. I brought him a carton of cigarettes.
So did I. If anything happens to him, man, I don't know what I'm going to do.
He'll be all right, Joe. I know he will.
It was nice of you to come down and stand by.
That's all right. It was the least I could do.
Hi, Doc.
Friday, we removed one slug from the upper thoracic region, another one from his left shoulder. Looked like they could have been .45 caliber. They've been marked for evidence.
How's he doing?
As well as can be expected.
What does that mean?
It's hard to tell. Depends on how it goes the next 4 hours.
Can I go in and see him?
No, we're not admitting anyone in there. Under sedatives, lost quite a bit of blood, pretty weak.
Do you need anybody for transfusions?
No, it's all taken care of. His relatives been notified?
Yes, sir. His wife and kids are visiting back in Sioux Falls. I sent him a wire. They'll break the news to her.
Oh, well, that's about all we can do for now.
Wonder if I just couldn't sneak in and leave this carton of cigarettes for him.
Afraid it's going to be some time before Officer Smith can use them. Just leave them. The nurse will take care of them.
Thanks, Doc. Was there anything I can get for him? Anything he needs?
No, we're doing everything we can for him.
You don't think I could just look in for a minute?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, there must be something I can do.
You got a good prayer handy?
A.M. I left Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and drove back to the scene of the shooting. The search for the suspect, Jack Grant, was still going on. The neighborhood was checked and rechecked. Everything possible was done to find the man who shot down Officer Frank Smith. It's been said that a police department goes all out, doubles its efforts to run down a criminal who attacks a police officer. Well, it's true, but most people aren't aware of the reason. Certain elements would like you to believe that the police officer places the safety of his fellow officers above that of the citizen. This isn't true. His first day at the academy, the cadet peace officer is taught this basic fact. If a criminal would shoot down the armed police officer, he wouldn't hesitate to shoot down the unarmed citizen. 3 a.m. I finally located Lieutenant Jack Ricketts at the corner of Coronado and Beacon Streets, 7 blocks from the scene of the shooting.
How is he?
Not too good. Depends on the next 4 hours.
What are his chances?
I didn't ask.
Now, we're not getting any place here.
Nothing at all, huh?
Nothing.
Well, something's got to break.
Chandler's still downtown. They're combing for Grant's package. He's down at the I Bureau.
They come up with anything?
Nothing. Not since the last time I checked, about 40 minutes ago.
Any ideas?
Fresh out. You?
Well, he couldn't have gotten far. Not this soon, he couldn't.
Bus depots, train terminals, airports all covered. The highway patrol's been alerted. Nothing so far.
He's got to be someplace close, Jack. He's got to be.
Yeah, I think he's holed up in town, too. But where?
Yeah.
He's in a jam. He's had good publicity. A lot of his friends are going to hide that welcome mat.
Well, maybe that narrows it down a little.
Maybe.
Let's find him. 3:30 a.m. Jack Ricketts and I got back to the city hall. We went directly to the I Bureau. Chandler and Powers had sifted through Jack Grant's package. They'd drawn up a list of all of Grant's known friends and associates. There were 22 names on the list. 3 of them were in San Quentin Penitentiary. 2 of them were doing time at the county work farm. That left 17 names on the list. Further checking showed that 5 of them had out-of-state addresses. 12 names. The list was split down the middle. Ricketts and I took 6 names, Chandler and Powers 6. Of the 12, with the exception of 1, all names had appeared on the police blotter in the past 8 years. Raymond Weller, Peter Denton, Horace Phillips, Henry Breen. Ricketts and I checked them. Some were in bed, some hadn't been to bed. We were reasonably sure that none of them knew the whereabouts of the suspect. I called Georgia Street to find out about Frank. They told me no change in his condition. 4:55 a.m.
After this, we get a quick bite to eat, huh? You don't look so good.
Not hungry. What's this one's name?
Anthony Baxter, room 23.
Here we are.
Yeah?
Police officers. You Anthony Baxter?
Yeah?
Want to talk to you.
Find out how to get a guy out of bed.
You always sleep with your clothes on? Get back in the room.
Well, what's going on?
You know what, Jack Grant?
Why?
You a friend of Jack Grant's?
Why?
Jack Grant a friend of yours?
I'm not going to tell you anything till I know why.
You want to talk here or downtown?
I've got a right to know what it's about.
Get your hat and coat.
You just want to know if I know Jackie Grant, is that all?
You want to get that hat and coat?
I know Grant.
Where is he?
I don't want to get mixed up in anything.
You're mixed up in it already. You know him.
That's the trouble with you guys. Guy tries to walk the straight and narrow, and you guys come around and try to put him in a corner.
Where's Grant?
I've been in jail, and I did my time. You haven't got anything on me.
Baxter, let's get this straight. We're not after you. We want Grant. We didn't come up here to push you around. We don't want you to push us around. Now, where is he?
I'm going to tell you something. I don't like being talked to this way, and I'm not going to stand for it. I got certain rights, and I'm going to stand on them.
Now, you listen to me. A friend of mine's lying in the hospital because of your pal, Jack Grant. He put 2 bullets in him. Now, I'm tired and I'm out of patience. Where is he? Where is he?
All right, Joe. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's the last time around, Baxter. Tell us where Grant is. Come on, quick.
Hotel Filbert, room 605.
All right, let's go downtown.
What for? I haven't done anything. I've already told you everything I know.
That's right. We don't want you to tell anybody else. 5:27 a.m. We located the Filbert Hotel on North Crocker Street. On the way over, we called in and told them what we'd found. Chandler and Powers met us outside the hotel. They took up their position. Ricketts and I checked with the desk clerk and confirmed that the suspect was in room 605. He was registered under an alias. We took the elevator to the 6th floor. Room 605 was directly across from the elevator.
Yeah, what is it?
Police officer. Get your hand out. I wouldn't want to shoot you.
Hand behind your head.
Back.
Turn around.
"5:42 a.m. Ricketts and Chandler took the suspect into custody. It was 6:03 a.m. when I got to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, the P&F ward. Ann was still waiting.
Sergeant?
Hi, Doc. How is he?
You can go in. Don't stay too long.
All right, thank you. All right. You look all in.
No, I'm all right. You want me to go with you?
Yeah, would you?
Sure. Yes, that's right.
All right, Frank.
Hi. You look tired.
How you feeling?
I'll do. How'd it go?
We got Grant.
You look tired. You been working straight through on it?
Yeah. Anything I can get you?
No. I just gotta take it easy a few days. You know, rest up. Get well.
Yeah.
I'll be well in a few days.
Sure you will.
Just a little rest. Hey, Joe, have you given any more thought to what I was talking to you about yesterday?
What?
You know, about you and Ann.
You don't need any rest.
Huh?
You're well.
On November 7th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California in and for the County of Los Angeles. The suspect was tried and convicted on 1 count of assault to commit murder. He and his accomplice were convicted on 4 counts of first-degree robbery. Assault to commit murder is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary from 1 to 14 years. First-degree robbery by imprisonment in the state penitentiary from 5 years to life. The landlady, Ida Fisher, was placed on probation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, June 3rd. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. A suspect had been apprehended. We had a positive identification from the victim. We had to investigate.
Hi, Joe. Joe.
Hi.
Hi. Glad you're in early. That stuff is floating all over the squad room.
Yeah. Thought for a minute it was Ann's handwriting, but it isn't.
Somebody you know?
Yeah.
You're early.
Yeah. I want to go over to Georgia Street and see the doc.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I couldn't sleep last night. Started getting headaches, ringing in my ears. I don't know what it is.
Stay right there.
What?
Got it in my locker. Fix you right up.
What are you talking about?
The headaches get worse when you move around, huh?
What?
When you move around, your head feels worse?
Yeah.
Feels like it's gonna blow up?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Glad you came to me, Joe. I know what it is. Got the stuff right here. There. There you are. Take 2 of those. Fix you right up.
What is it?
Salt. 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 That's your trouble. You don't get enough salt. Same thing happened to me last summer. Ever since then, I keep a bottle of salt tablets right in my locker. Always ready. Take 2. Fix you right up.
All right, you got a penny?
What for, a cup?
Yeah.
That's something else, Joe. We're not going to drink that water anymore.
No?
Nope. Bought a whole case of this just for us. You can drink it right out of the bottle.
Well, what is it?
Poland water. Right from the spring. Real water. You can read right here on the bottle. Poland Spring, Maine. Fix you right up.
Well, maybe I ought to wait until I see the doctor, huh?
Joe, believe me, I know what's wrong. Happened to me, same thing. Salt. That's what you need. Your body's screaming for salt. There you are. Poland water and the pills. Go ahead.
Well, now, look, Frank, I really appreciate it. Really, I do. But I think I ought to see the doctor, huh?
Joe, don't you trust me?
Well, yeah.
Take the pills. Salt. Salt. Here, take them.
One at a time, all right?
You know better than that, Joe.
I just thought I'd ask. You're the doctor.
One at a time. Doesn't make any difference with pills, Joe.
Doesn't it?
Lots of water. Now, that wasn't bad, was it?
No, that's good water.
Now, if the headaches don't go away, we can drop by Georgia Street and see the doc. Well, let me have that bottle, Joe. Cap it up. Keep it fresh for us.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Want those?
Always ready.
Anything doing?
Yeah, I got an arrest report. Got to check the guy out.
What do you got on him?
Held up a grocery store at 7th and Francis.
When'd they pick him up?
Last night. Victim saw him on the street, called a radio car. They took him into custody and booked him.
Well, we might as well go talk to him, huh? See what he's got to say.
Now, look, after we get through, we can drop by the hospital if you still got the headaches. It shouldn't take too long.
Yeah?
Sure, guy's already confessed.
We ran the name of the suspect, Thomas Stanford, through R&I, but we found no previous criminal record for anyone of his description. 8:20 a.m. We drove over to the main jail. We went up to the 2nd floor and signed in. Stanford was brought from his cell, and Frank and I took him to one of the interview rooms. We gave him a cigarette, and he started to talk.
Yeah, I did the robbery a week ago yesterday.
A few things we'd like to check here on the arrest report.
Sure, I want to get this over with. Told you how I did it. Nothing special. Just held up the store.
Your full name is Thomas Arthur Stanford, is that right?
Yeah, Thomas Arthur. My friends call me Tom.
Yeah. Your home address is 1824 1/4 South Mariposa Avenue?
Yeah, I live with my father. 1824 and 4th South Mariposa Avenue, LA 7.
What's your father's name?
Arthur. Same as my middle name. I was named after him.
You employed?
Not regular.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't have a regular job like in a factory or in a store. You see, I'm a gardener and I work for different people.
Can you give us a list of the people you work for?
Sure, if you gotta have them.
Just routine.
Oh, yeah. I'll give them to you.
You want to tell us how you committed the robbery?
Yeah, I'll tell you. There isn't much to tell, though. Pretty simple. I went in and held the place up. Took the money. That's about all there is to it.
Were you armed when you went into that grocery store?
Yeah, I had a gun.
What kind of a gun?
.32 automatic. Had 8 bullets in it.
Where's the gun now?
Threw it away.
Where?
One of the ponds up in Ferndale.
You mean Griffith Park, huh?
Yeah, just a little up the canyon there.
You want to show us where it is?
Sure.
All right. Now start right at the beginning. Tell us all about the robbery, exactly what you did.
Why do you have to know all that? I told you I did it.
We got to have it for the record. It's just routine.
You guys do a lot of things just routine, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. Quite a bit.
Was there anybody in the store when you went in?
Just the woman that owned the place. I guess she owned it. The way she carried on, you thought it was her own money I was taking.
Yeah.
I took out the gun and told her it was a stick-up. Said for her not to cause any trouble.
What'd she say to that?
That's when she got all hacked at me. Started to yell.
What'd you do?
I guess she figured I meant what I said when I told her to shut up. Anyway, she quieted down. Then I told her to get into the back room. They got this little back room where they keep the empty Coke and beer bottles. I told her to get in there.
Did she?
Yeah. She went in the room, and I locked the door from the outside. Then I went to the cash register, pushed down the no-sale button, and took the money. After that, I left the store.
You didn't have the money on you when they picked you up last night. Where is it?
It's gone. I spent it.
Spent it all?
Every last nickel of it. Had myself a ball.
You remember where you spent it?
Around different places. Bought myself some clothes, spent some of it in clubs, the rest of it just went, every last penny.
You drive a car, Stanford?
Yeah, it isn't mine, though. It belongs to my father. Big Chrysler sedan.
You drive that when you held up the grocery store, did you?
Yeah, I had it parked down the street on 7th.
You remember the time you went in the store?
Just after 12 noon.
What were you doing in the neighborhood last night?
You mean when they picked me up?
That's right.
Just looking around.
Ever been arrested before?
No. Never been mixed up with the cops.
You ever been in the hospital, mental institution?
Why do you ask a question like that for?
Routine.
Oh. Well, I was in the hospital when I was a kid. I had my tonsils taken out. Don't remember it too well, huh? Long time ago.
How old are you, Stanford?
25. All these questions you're asking me. I told the cops that picked me up the same things. Why do you gotta ask them again? Can't you just send me to the penitentiary and get it over with?
Gotta double-check your story, Stanford.
I suppose so. Just seems to me you're going to a lot of trouble you don't have to. I told you I did it. I'm not giving you any trouble. I confessed.
Yeah.
My father know about this yet?
Yeah, he was called.
Sure gonna be sore about it.
Is that right?
You don't know I used his car.
9:15 a.m. We checked the suspect out of the main jail and we took him over to the store that had been robbed. While Frank waited in the car, I went in and talked to the victim, a Mrs. Alice Kenwood. I told her we would bring the suspect into the store and ask him several questions about the robbery. During that time, we wanted her to observe the suspect so that she could give us a positive identification. She agreed and said that she would do anything she could to help us in the investigation. Miss Kenwood, this is my partner, Frank Smith.
How you doing, man?
What are you bringing me here for? What are you trying to prove?
I'd like to have you explain a few things for us.
I told you all I could. I said I did the robbery. Isn't that enough?
Just a couple of things we'd like to clear up here.
What things? I told you how I did it. She'll tell you. That's the woman I held up. She'll tell you it was me. She should know. She's the one who turned me in.
How about it, Miss Kenwood?
He's the one, all right. I'd know him any place.
There, isn't that enough? What more do you want?
I'd like to have you show us how you came into the store, what you did while you were in here.
You mean the whole thing?
Yeah, from the time he came in the door.
All right, if you take these handcuffs off, I'll show you.
You can show us with them on.
Okay, if it's got to be that way, but it's going to make it tougher.
Go ahead.
Well, I came in that door there, and I walked over to this counter. She was standing behind it.
You mean Miss Kenwood here?
Yes, sir. She was standing behind that counter. I walked over to her, showed her the gun, told her it was a stick-up that I wanted the money.
That's right. He pointed the gun at me. Thought he was going to shoot.
Go ahead, Stanford.
Well, she started to yell. Told me to get out of the store.
Certainly I yelled at him. Think I want anybody coming in here waving a gun around? If my husband was here, he'd show you good.
See what I mean? Never saw a woman that can yell so much.
Go ahead, Stanford. What'd you do then?
When I told her if she didn't keep quiet, I'd have to shoot her. Then I told her to get in the back room.
Now, just hold on a minute. He's not only a thief, he's a liar, too.
Ma'am?
It's not what he did at all.
What do you mean, Mrs. Kenwood?
He didn't tell me to get into the back room. There ain't any back room.
How about that, Stanford?
You gonna listen to her? I'm the one who did the robbery, not her. I guess I ought to know what I did.
What's this back here, Miss Kenwood?
Just a space where I keep empty bottles. It goes right out onto the alley.
Uh-huh.
You see? That's where I put her. That's where I told her to stay.
Now, you said you locked the door, too, didn't you? There's no door there.
Well, I got confused. Don't make any difference. I put her back there and told her to stay there until I got out of the store.
That's a lie. You did no such thing. You told me to get down on the floor and cover my face. Then you went over to the cash register and you took the money. I didn't move. I didn't want to give you any trouble the way you was waving that gun around. It's wonder you didn't try to kill me.
The way you're yakking it up, I should
All
have
right,
done
that's
it.
enough. Frank, you want to take him out the car?
Yeah, come on.
I don't see what you got to go through all this for. I told you I did it. Nobody believes you.
Miss Kenwood.
Yes,
Are you sure that's the man that held you up?
I said it before. I'm positive. There isn't any doubt in my mind.
Now, you heard what he said, how he said he robbed you. Is that the way it happened?
Well, everything was the same, except where he said that he put me in back there. That wasn't true. He made me lie down on the floor right there. Told me to stay still for 5 minutes, not to move. He said that if I caused any trouble, he'd come back and shoot me.
Yes, ma'am.
I think he's crazy. Anybody who'd have a gun and wave it around like that, it's terrible. Wish my husband was here. He'd show that snip. He's in the army, you know, my husband.
Mm-hmm.
Awful thing, him overseas getting shot at and young punks like that roaming around the streets with guns threatening people. It's a terrible thing.
Now, this is pretty important, ma'am. You're sure that's the man who held you up?
How many times do I have to say it? I told you it was. He admits it himself. What more do you need?
I don't know, ma'am. There's just something that isn't right about the whole thing.
Doesn't make any difference. He's the man. There's no mistake about it. You just let me know when you want me in court. I'll be there. I want to see him get what's coming to him, every bit of it.
Yes, ma'am, so do we, if he's the right man. 12:22 p.m. We drove the suspect back to the city hall for further questioning. Frank took him to the interrogation room, and I checked into the squad room.
Pardon me.
Yes, sir?
Are you Sergeant Friday?
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
I'm Arthur Stanford, Tom's father.
Oh, yes, sir.
I understand my son's here, that right?
Yes, sir, he's here.
I wonder if I could see him. Talk to him.
Yes, sir, he's right down the hall here. Right down this way, sir. In here.
I wonder if I could have a cigarette.
Yes, sir, sure.
Thank you, Harry. I don't know what I'm going to say to him when I see him. Wish I had some time to think.
Well, you don't have to go in now if you don't want to, sir.
Wouldn't do any good to put it off. Won't get any easier with time. I might as well get it over with.
Hi, Pop.
Why'd you do it, son?
I did it because I wanted to. I wanted the money. I don't know any other reason you robbed somebody. I wanted the money, so I did it.
You could have come to me. I'd have tried to get the money for you. You know I'd have tried.
Where'd you get it? Where'd you get that kind of money? All your life, you've been grubbing for pennies. I don't want small money. I want to be rich, and I will be.
All right, take it easy, Stanford.
It's all right, Mr. Friday. I understand.
You've been saying you understand all my life. I'm getting sick of it. As long as I can remember, you've been telling me to get out and do something on my own. Well, I finally did it, and now you aren't happy with it.
You expect me to throw my hat up in the air because you're a thief?
Ah, knock it off. I'm tired of you giving me lectures all the time. Talk never stop.
All right, that's enough of that, Stanford.
You keep out of this, cop. This is a family matter. Don't concern you. Between my father and me.
Tell me why. That's all I want. Why? Tell me so I can face the neighbors. So I can tell them you had a reason.
Tell them your son's a bum.
They know that already. But that's not a reason to steal.
It's good enough for me. They're not going to listen to you anyway. They've already made up their minds about me. They did that a long time ago.
All right. Come on, Stanford. Let's go.
Back to jail?
That's right.
Sure. Nothing else left to do here. You don't understand, never did. Let's go.
One thing I'd like to ask first.
What's that?
I'm going to be in jail a long time. I have to live while you're gone.
That's your worry.
It always has been. I want to know what you did with those gardening tools. I'll have to have them to get along.
I don't know. I left them someplace.
You remember where? I need those tools.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe Mrs. Howard's. Maybe that's where I left them.
Oh, over on 12th?
Yeah. I did a place last Wednesday. Guess I forgot to pick the stuff up when I left. Must still be there.
I'll go over and get them.
Just a minute. You said you did some gardening work for this Mrs. Howard last Wednesday. That'd be a week ago yesterday, is that right?
That's what I said.
Any idea what time you were there?
Most of the day. Got there about 10 in the morning. Left about 4 in the afternoon. I was in a hurry to get away. That's why I forgot the tools, I guess.
You leave the place at all during the day?
No, not until I finished. What are you trying to prove with all these questions?
About the robbery, Stanford.
Yeah.
If you were at the Howard woman's house, how could you have held up that grocery store?
Well, it don't make no difference. I don't have to explain it to you.
You're wrong there, Stanford.
Is that right?
Too many things don't add up here. The way you confessed, the differences in your story about the robbery. Now, this thing about you being at the Howard house. I don't know why you're lying about this, Stanford.
Yeah?
But we're going to find out. We continued to talk to the suspect, Thomas Stanford, for another hour. He refused to say anything about the conflicting aspects of his story. His father pleaded with him to tell us the truth, but other than admitting he was responsible for the grocery store robbery, he'd say nothing. We got the address of the house where Stanford said he had left the gardening tools.
Yes?
Miss Howard?
That's right. Did you want something?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Police? What do you want to see me for?
About a man who did some work for you, Thomas Stanford.
Oh, yes. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is my partner, Frank Smith, Miss Howard. My name's Friday.
How do you do, ma'am? Just sit down there. I'm having a late lunch. Can I get you anything?
No, thank you, ma'am.
You sure you wouldn't like a glass of iced tea? Something like that?
No, ma'am. Thanks very much.
Do you mind if I go on with my lunch while we talk? I've been eating later since this daylight saving time came in. I just can't get it straight yet. I never could get it straight in time my dude's over.
Yes, ma'am. Now, about this man, Stanford.
Oh, Tom. Tom. Oh, yes, he's a good gardener. Oh, he does such a good job on the place. You should walk around the grounds. Oh, he does a beautiful job.
Yes, ma'am. Could you tell us when he was here last?
Well, I'll have to think about that. Now, let's see. It was a week ago yesterday. That's right. Last Wednesday. He comes once a week. He should have been here yesterday. I phoned his house when he didn't show up, but there was no answer. Probably forgot. He's very forgetful, you know.
That right?
Oh, yes. Take the last time he was here. He forgot all of his tools. He walked right off. He left them on the lawn. Had to take them all back to the garage. Right, left them right out in front of the place. I don't know that I should say it, though.
What's that, Miss Howard?
Well, frankly, I've never felt that Tom was real bright. He seemed a little backward.
How do you mean backward?
Well, when it came to thinking out things for himself, he just couldn't handle it. If you told him to do something, he'd do it. And he'd never vary from the way you told him to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
But ask him to figure something out, and he was just dead. Seemed like the motor was going, but he couldn't get the clutch out.
Do you remember what time he was here on Wednesday?
Well, now, let me see. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. It was right after that radio program about the Friends. I'd just been listening to that when he got here, and it goes off at 10. Have you ever heard it?
No, ma'am.
Well, you should listen sometime. They do it in New York. It's all about friends. These people tell why they need a friend to help them out of trouble. I listen every morning. Makes me feel pretty lucky. These poor people, I certainly appreciate what I've got when I hear what they have to say.
Was Stanford here all day, ma'am?
Yes, all day. He didn't leave until, let me see. Oh, I guess it was about 5 o'clock, somewheres in there. Right before the 5 o'clock news. Just before that he left.
Yes, ma'am. Well, is it possible that Stanford could have gotten away from the yard at all between 10 and 5?
No. He was here all the time. I'm sure of that.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
But what's this all about? Is Tom in some sort of trouble?
It's just a routine investigation, ma'am. I'm going to give you one of our cards, Mrs. Howard, in case you should think of anything else.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Michigan 5211, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Just ask for Robbery Division. That's extension 2511. It's right on the card there.
I see. Poor Tom, all this trouble. It's too bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Wish this were New York.
Ma'am?
Well, if it were New York, we could do something for him.
Well, how's that?
That program about the Friends.
Yeah.
Tom could sure use one.
We left Mrs. Howard's home and talked to some of the people in the neighborhood. They told us that the Howards were respected people in the community, and some of them verified the fact that Stanford had worked for her almost 2 years. The woman who lived directly across the street from the Howard house said that she'd talked with Stanford on the afternoon of the robbery. She said that she'd asked the suspect about the seeds that he'd used to raise the carnations that were planted along the front of the house. She went on to say that she'd been working in the front yard of her own house all afternoon, and that she'd seen the suspect throughout that time. We drove back to the grocery store and talked with the victim, Mrs. Kenwood. Under questioning, she admitted that she could have made a mistake about the identification, but she said that if she was wrong, the thief could act as a double for Tom Stanford. 10:30 p.m. We drove back to the main jail to talk to the suspect. We took him to the interview room. He was sullen and refused to answer our questions.
Stanford? Yeah?
I'd like to have you tell us the truth this time.
I told you. It isn't my fault if you don't believe me. It isn't my fault.
Now, look, Stanford, we talked with Mrs. Howard. She told us that you were working for her all day a week ago Wednesday.
So? What's that prove?
You admit that's true, then, huh?
Sure, it's true. I was working for her.
Well, then how could you have gotten to the grocery store and held it up? Stanford?
I did it. I haven't got anything more to say. I did the robbery.
You read much, Stanford?
Yeah, sometimes.
What kind of books do you like?
Detective stories. Cops and robbers.
You played cops and robbers when you were a kid?
Sure.
Who were you?
The robber. Did you pick up tonight's papers?
Yeah, I got it.
Anything in them about me?
I didn't see anything.
Must have been something. Some story about me with my name.
No, if it was, I didn't see it.
Well, maybe it didn't look good.
Maybe.
There's got to be something. A picture or something?
No.
Well, let me look.
Where'd you leave the papers, Frank?
Left them out the desk.
Well, get them, will you? Let me look.
Sure.
Pretty important to you that you're in the papers, isn't it?
I just want to see him, that's all.
Well, my partner will bring him back.
He must have made a mistake. There's something about me. Gotta be. Isn't every day there's a robbery like this? Papers write it up big, wouldn't they?
I don't know.
Sure they would. There was a story when the place was robbed. Told all about how it was done. Just a little story. But now you've got me, seems like they should have a picture.
Here it is.
Let's see. Nothing on the first page.
The robbery happened a week ago. It's old news.
Yeah, but you guys just caught me last night. Man. Nothing. One lousy word. Nothing.
Does that make a difference?
Sure it does. If there isn't anything in the papers, how are people going to know I did it? How are they going to know?
They won't.
But they got it, don't you see that? If they don't know that I did the robbery, there ain't no reason for it. No reason at all.
What do you mean, Stanford?
No pictures, no nothing. No one's going to know I did it.
The way it looks to us, you didn't do it.
But there should be a story about it. About how I confessed. Maybe not a picture, but at least a story. Something.
You didn't do it, did you? Stanford? Come on, you didn't hold up that store, did you?
No. No, I didn't. I thought that I could get away with it. I thought that if I confessed, you'd put me in jail. People would look at me different. Yeah. I get tired of people saying you're dumb. They don't think you know. They don't think you know.
Yeah.
Dumb Tom. Poor dumb Tom. They think I'm slow. It just takes me a little while longer, that's all. Just once, I wanted to show them.
You ready to go?
Back to the jail?
That's right.
Okay. Think we could stop on the way over?
What for?
Other papers. Might be something in them.
On June 4th, a meeting was held in the district attorney's office, city and county of Los Angeles, state of California. In a moment, the results of that meeting. The suspect was examined by 4 psychiatrists appointed by the court and found to be mentally incompetent. Months later, James R. Rogers was apprehended while attempting to hold up a liquor store at the corner of 3rd and Temple Streets. While being interrogated, he confessed to committing the robbery of which Stanford had been accused. When the victim, Mrs. Alice Kenwood, was confronted with Rogers, she admitted that it was a case of mistaken identity. Rogers was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. First-degree robbery is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was December 31st, New Year's Eve. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide, special duty. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was New Year's Eve. All available men were ordered to be on duty. It was a big night for some of the people.
Like a tutor, I'm going on a tutor. Oh, boy.
Joe, how's it going?
Oh, hi, Jack. Pretty busy. How's it outside?
Cold. Not enough to keep people at home, though. Rough night, huh?
Looks like a wild one. Been keeping the complaint board busy. Seems bigger than last New Year's. You're on with Frank and me tonight, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Thought I was going to have it off. Wife had a little house party planned and everything.
That's too bad. Maybe next time, huh?
That's what I said last New Year's.
Where's Frank?
Just passed him down the hall a minute ago. Said he'd be right back.
Yeah.
Anything in the book?
Oh, I almost forgot. Lloyd Hopper called. He's having a little party out at his house. He wants us to drop around when we get off. Said he'd call us back. Hi, I just tagged by communications. Switchboard's lit up like a Christmas tree. They're sure doing a lot of business.
Yeah, Joe was telling me. Just like last year, they're sure starting off strong.
Yeah, 415s, 4127s. Calls coming in by the dozen. You know, I'd like to see it just once. People celebrating New Year's without tearing up half the town.
I'll get it. Homicide, McCready. Oh, yeah, Lloyd. Uh-huh. Joe just mentioned it. Well, we'll try and make it. You know how things are tonight. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Lloyd Hopper on his way home. Says he sure hopes we can make it if we get off early.
Not much chance of that.
Yeah. I guess you can't tell. We might get a break.
I don't know.
Crowds are starting in pretty early. Good chance they'll break and go home right after midnight. That should get us off early.
Yeah. That was the idea last year, wasn't it, Frank? Yeah.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Certainly, it's just like I told you. He threw the bottle right at me. He threw it right at my face. I thought he was going to hit me over the head.
Sergeant Jack McCready, Frank, and I stayed on duty at the City Hall. As any police officer can tell you, New Year's Eve for him is one of the hardest working nights in the year. This one was no different for us. Within an hour, we'd received more than a half a dozen calls to be checked out. Street fights, ADW calls, cuttings, the usual complaints that you'd expect to get when a community of 4 million celebrates New Year's Eve. 9:43 p.m.
Unit 7R2 at Wilshire and Geneva. A 211. A 211. KMA 367. Roger, 7R2. Unit 1A12 at 83 Naylor Avenue. See the man. KMA 367.
No stopping him, huh?
7R2.
Yeah, it's a big night.
Geneva. A 211.
Homicide, Friday.
Roger, 7R2.
What's that? No.
Unit 1A12.
No, ma'am, no. No, you have the wrong division. If you'll wait just a second, I'll have you transferred. No, I'll have you transferred. You won't have to call back. All right, hold on, please. Hello. Would you give this call to 2511, please? Yes, that's right. Robbery. Thank you.
Attention, all units. All units in the vicinity at East Main and Darwin. An officer needs help. Code 2.
Sounds like somebody's got trouble, huh? Yeah.
All units in the vicinity at East Main and Darwin. An officer needs help. Code 2. KMA 367.
I feel for those guys. We were on that detail last year, you know.
Yeah. Well, at least it's still code 2. You got a cigarette?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Frank.
Joe? Yeah. Got a cigarette? Yeah. Here you go. You got a Mac?
Yeah.
Homicide, Friday. No, Mac. He's not here now. No.
No, I don't have any.
No, I'll have him come right over, though, as soon as he does get in. Joe? Right. Yeah, just a second. Right, Mac. Got a Mac? Well, you guys haven't got anything, have you?
All units on frequency 1, stand by. All units on frequency 1, stand by. All units and 1A1. Attention, all units. All units. The call to East Main and Darwin is now a shooting. 1A1 handle. Code 3.
It's us.
All
Come on.
units and 1A1. Attention, all units. All units. The call to East Main and Darwin is now a
Let us through, please. Can we get through here? Please? Let us through, please. Frank. No. It's Lloyd Hopper. Man, he's dead. His full name was Lloyd Nicholas Hopper, badge number 7501. He was one of the veteran officers in Central Homicide. He'd been shot twice at the base of his skull. There were 4 more bullet wounds in his back. Frank got to a phone, called Homicide, and told them what had happened. Additional cruiser cars and more from Metro Reserves were immediately dispatched to the scene of the killing. They circled the area for a dozen blocks around and started a door-to-door search for the killer. Suspicious-looking pedestrians were stopped at every street corner in the area. 10:30 p.m. The ambulance arrived and Lloyd Hopper's body was removed to the county morgue. Along with Sergeants Lopez and Mitchell from homicide, Jack McCready, Frank, and I continued checking in the immediate vicinity of the killing. We found no one who'd admit they actually saw the shooting. Half a dozen people in the crowd told us that they'd heard shots and saw Hopper fall to the pavement. They'd also seen a man standing behind Hopper turn and run down the street right after the shooting. No one had followed him. The man was described as medium build, wearing a dark suit and a dark hat. That's all they could tell us. With a possible description of the suspect, more men and cars were brought into the search for Hopper's assailant. 11:25 p.m. Frank and I met Jack McCready back at the office.
Hi, Jack. You got anything?
Checked out every store in the neighborhood that was open, not much. How about you?
Pretty thin.
Lopez and Mitchell turned up a newsboy. He told him he saw a guy in a dark suit running down the street.
Yeah.
Thought he saw the guy come out of that bar out there.
We heard that too, Jack. We talked to the bartender. He doesn't recall the man.
Oh, I almost forgot. Mrs. Hopper's been calling in. Wants to know where her husband is.
Oh, yeah.
I asked personnel to hold off notifying her. Thought maybe you fellas would want to tell her. You knew Hopper pretty well, didn't you?
Yeah, long time.
Family man?
3 kids.
Oh. If you fellas don't want to tell her, I'll call personnel back. They can do it.
It's all right. We'll tell her. Frank and I got in the car and headed out for the home of the slain officer, Lloyd Hopper. The house was on Ralston Avenue, a few blocks from where Frank lived. We parked the car and went up to the front door. The lights were burning in the living room.
What?
I say it's a lousy job. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I heard it. Somebody's coming.
Hi, Joe, Frank.
Hi, Betty. Hi, Betty.
Sure glad you could make it. Everyone's here. They're in the den. Oh, come on in, you two. I'm still waiting for that wandering husband of mine. If he's not here by midnight, he's going to be in the doghouse for sure. Here, can I take your hats?
No, thanks, Betty. We'd like to talk to you.
Well, what's the matter? Can't you stay long?
Not too long, no.
Oh, that's too bad. Here, can I get you something?
No, thanks. Nothing.
Have either one of you seen Lloyd?
That's what we wanted to talk to you about, Betty.
What?
Would you like to sit down?
What is it, Joe? Tell me.
Well, he had an accident.
Where is he? I want to see him. How bad an accident?
Pretty bad.
I want to go see him, Joe. He's hurt. I want to see him. Couldn't be that bad. Could it?
Yeah.
Please, Joe. Please, not dead. Tell me, Joe, please.
I'm sorry.
God.
Better call the family doctor. Won't do any good. We'll never get through. Why? Phone lines are probably jammed. It's midnight.
Oh, yeah. Happy New Year.
A.m. We finally got a hold of the Hopper's family doctor, and he told us he'd be over as quickly as possible. One of Betty Hopper's relatives at the party said she'd look after things until the doctor arrived. Frank and I left the house and drove back to the scene of the murder. The house-to-house check of the entire area was still going on. No trace of the killer. 1:30 a.m. Traffic began thinning out. The street crowds disappeared. 2 a.m. The search went on. A little before 2:30, a patrolman on foot located a taxi cab driver in the neighborhood who claimed that he'd seen a man answering the killer's description just after the shooting. Frank and I went down the street to talk to the cab driver.
Glad to pass along for whatever it's worth, officers. Happened a minute or two before I picked up my last fare.
What time was that, you remember?
There's no remembering about it. I got the waybill. 9:48 p.m. I was parked down the street, same old stand, picked up a fare, took him down to North Main to tell her, then I came back here. Cab broke down. I've been waiting for the repair truck ever since.
Well, just what was it that happened before you picked up that fare here at 9:48? Is that right?
Yeah, 9:48. It was a minute or two before that. I was parked down the street. This guy comes running through the crowd. He was really running, too.
Yeah, go ahead.
He was almost past me when all of a sudden he turns around and stops and looks at me. I figured he wanted a cab, so I opened the door for him. He said, never mind, or something like that, and tore off down the street.
Maybe he was goofed up or something. I don't know.
Can you remember what he looked like?
Kind of like your build, I guess. Medium. Wore a hat, dark suit.
Did you get a look at his face?
Yeah, it was about 28, 30, dark complexion.
Anything else you remember about him?
Nah, not for sure. Didn't look any different from 100 other moochies that hang around this neighborhood.
Nothing else you remember about this man that you think might help us, huh?
Nah, you got it all, Sergeant. Just that he acted a little queer, that's all. Goofed up, probably.
Did you see which way he went when he took off?
Yeah, right down the street that way. Lost himself in the crowd. I couldn't be bothered.
Uh-huh. How about when he came running down the street toward you? You happen to notice where he came from?
Matter of fact, yeah. I was right after I heard those shots. Of course, I didn't know there were shots then.
Yeah.
Looked to me like he came out of the joint right near where the cop was shot.
Which joint is that?
This one right here, the, 228 Club.
It wasn't much, but it was the only lead we had to go on. 7 persons in the vicinity at the time of the shooting had volunteered the information that the killer had been a recent customer at the 228 Club, the neighborhood tavern. The owner and bartender of the club, a Ralph Stevens, had been questioned twice that night by different officers. And he twice denied that there was any possibility that the killer could have been a patron at his bar. Stevens' denials didn't make any more sense than the killing itself. We made arrangements to have the cab driver we interviewed come to the city hall to check through our mug books for the suspect. By 10 a.m. the next morning, the body of the slain homicide officer Lloyd Hopper had been posted. 4 bullets were taken from his back, 2 from the base of his skull. Sergeant Udy ran the slugs through ballistics where they were identified as having been fired from a .45 caliber Colt automatic. 11:12 a.m. Frank and I re-questioned the bar owner, Ralph Stevens.
Now look, how long does this thing have to go on? I told you everything I knew last night.
We know that, Stevens. It doesn't seem to jive with what the other witnesses saw.
Well, maybe you better take it up with them then. I don't know anything about it.
How come you're so sure the man we want wasn't in your place last night?
It just wasn't, that's all. I know who I serve. I know who comes in.
Pretty good crowd in here last night. You remember every one of them, do you?
I told you I know my customers. I know who I serve. The guy you want wasn't one of them.
That still doesn't answer it. How can you be so sure?
Now, look, I'm not on trial here. You asked me what I know, and I told you. If you don't mind, I got work to do.
We got some work to do ourselves now. We'd appreciate it if you'd cooperate with us.
All right, if you want to know the truth, you're not good for my business here. Cops never are. Coming around asking questions, customers don't like it. It's no good for business, no good at all.
Now, look, an officer was killed last night right outside your front door. Half a dozen people say the guy who did it was in here drinking.
I run this place. It's mine. I say the man wasn't in here.
Still like to know how you're so sure.
I'm getting a little tired of this. I don't have an office down at the city hall to lounge around in. I've got work to do. How about leaving, huh?
Maybe it's about time you get this straight, mister. This one's about a killing. It happens to be our job to check it out. Now, if you don't want to talk here, we can make it downtown.
I hope you don't think you're scaring me. I've owned bars before. I've had it out with cops like you. You're not scaring me a bit.
Nobody's trying to scare you. We want a few straight answers, that's all.
You mind leaving? I got work to do. I told you that before.
All right, suppose you get your coat. We'll talk downtown.
Not before I call my lawyer.
Go ahead and call him. Where's your coat?
Oh, why do we have to have trouble? I haven't got any beefs with you.
No trouble, Stevens. We have to get to the bottom of it, that's all. Like to have you cooperate.
Maybe the guy was in here last night. Came in a couple of times, that's all. I didn't want it to get out. Bad for business, those things. Can't afford it. Keeps customers away.
And the man was in here last night, huh?
I wasn't trying to cover for him. Hardly know him. I just didn't want it to get out. I got a right to protect my business.
Who is the man?
Harry Talmadge. He's a hophead. If he did it, it probably wasn't his fault.
How do you mean that?
He was hyped up last night. Uses heroin. He probably didn't mean to shoot.
Where do we find him?
I wouldn't know if this is right. It's an old address.
What is it?
Fairview Hotel. Try there.
We got in touch with Sergeants McCready and Lopez from Homicide. They drove downtown to check at the Fairview Hotel for the suspect. 11:58 a.m. Jack McCready called us back.
Yeah, Jack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. The Fairview Hotel on South Grand. Yeah, huh? What do you have to say? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, well, that's the way it goes. Right. Okay, Jack. Yeah, no, we'll check you later. Right. Bye.
How about it?
When we checked out the hotel, we talked to the desk clerk.
Talmadge there?
He was.
Yeah.
Checked out 2 months ago, no leads. p.m., New Year's Day. After we found that the suspect, Harry Talmadge, had checked out of the Fairview Hotel months before, Frank and I went back to the office and ran his name through R&I. The information given us by Ralph Stevens, the owner of the 228 Club, was apparently correct. The record on Talmadge showed that he was a confirmed user of narcotics. He'd served 2 brief terms for illegal possession of narcotics and another short term in the county jail for petty theft. We got out a broadcast and an APB on Talmadge. We checked out all his known friends and relatives, the places he frequented, hotels and boarding houses that he'd stayed at. No leads. With the help of Lieutenant Bigham in narcotics detail, we finally found the trail most likely to lead us to the suspects, the peddlers who were suspected of supplying Talmadge with narcotics. They were to be kept under 24-hour watch. 3 days passed. No results. Monday, January 4th. After Frank and I went to the funeral and burial services for the murdered officer, Lloyd Hopper, we checked back into the office.
I don't know, Joe. I don't take much to funerals. Not a cop's funeral, anyway.
Well, I don't blame you. His wife, Betty, seemed to look a little better, didn't she?
Yeah, seems to be bearing up pretty good, considering.
Frank, Joe.
Hi, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
That young fellow you told me about, he phoned me, Frank.
Is that right? Did you give him the information?
Yeah. He wanted to know all about taking the police department examination.
Who's that?
Oh, one of the neighborhood boys. Nice kid. Wants to get on the force.
I told him to apply at room 5, City Hall, any weekday. He could make out his application then. That it?
Fine, Jack, thanks.
They got the recruiting campaign going now, huh?
Yeah, I guess so, Joe. Taking applications from all over the country.
I got it. Homicide, Friday. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, just a second. Yeah, go ahead. Uh-huh. Donaldson, huh? Donaldson? Yeah, huh? I got it. Okay, fine. Yeah, thanks. It was Bigham in narcotics. Might be something.
What's that?
Well, he got a line on one of the mules who used to push heroin to Talmadge. A guy by the name of Donaldson. He's been sounded out. He's ready to talk to us.
This Donaldson was close to Talmadge?
Supposedly, yeah.
You know where Talmadge is?
Let's ask him. Frank and I left the office and drove to the address on South Alameda where Donaldson, a friend of the murder suspect, was supposed to be staying. It turned out to be a cheap hotel in the Skid Row district. It was next to one of the rescue missions down there. We checked with the desk clerk at the hotel, and he pointed out Donaldson. He was listening to the music of a small mission band coming from outside. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes?
Your name Donaldson?
Yes.
We're police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Surely. Isn't that nice, Sergeant? Music from the mission. Sure do like it. I even go over and listen to the sermons. Do me a lot of good, especially the drum.
I understand you're not pushing junk anymore, Donaldson, that right?
Call me Biggs. Name's really John, but everybody calls me Biggs. No, I hadn't been pushing junk, not for months, all through with it.
When's the last time you saw Harry Talmadge?
A couple of weeks ago. I'm not much of a Harry anymore. Like I say, I've been spending a lot of time at the mission. Hearing the sermons changes the way a fella does things, you know. Reason I moved in here close.
Yeah.
A man's got to turn good sometime during his life. I figure it's time I start living by the word. Hey, that's nice music, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you have any idea where we might find Talmadge now?
I might have a few ideas on it. I don't know. Say, I guess neither one of you fellas use snuff.
No. No, thanks.
Don't bother you, does it? I know the last boarding house Harry stayed at, if that'll help any. Place out on 12th Street. I can give you the address.
Is he still there, do you know?
Don't think he is, no. Matter of fact, I'm sure he's not. I wish Harry'd come around and see me. Like to get him interested in the mission. Get him listening to the sermons. Might help him. Did an awful lot for me.
You say you saw Talmadge about 2 weeks ago, huh?
Well, not quite 2 weeks ago. It was the day after Christmas. Came down here and wanted some money. I couldn't give him any. That's when he told me he was moving. Going to move to some rooming house up around the City Hall section up there.
You mentioned any address?
Not that I can recollect, no. Sure is nice music, isn't it?
How about some of his other friends, Biggs? Think they might be able to help us?
Well, Duke might help you. Harry and Duke are still great friends. Duke sees him more than I do.
Where do we find this Duke?
You know the Penny Arcade down on South Main? Right down from the train depot there?
Yeah.
That's where Duke works. He's a janitor there. I've been trying to get Duke to come to some of the mission meetings, too. He sure could stand it, old Duke.
Well, thanks very much, Biggs.
Not at all, Sergeant. Always glad to help out. Look at that now. All out of snuff. Say, you couldn't see your way clear, could you?
Yeah. Here you go, Biggs.
Oh, that's sure Christian of you, officer. I'll handle this just like a personal loan.
That's all right, Biggs. Don't say anything about us talking to you, will you? Not to anyone.
No, sir, I won't. You can trust me. Say, when you see Harry, you give him a message, huh?
Yeah, what's that?
You tell him to come and see me. I want him to show up at the meetings, hear the sermons. Could change everything, Sergeant. Could give him a new life, a new soul. Think of that. A brand new soul for Harry.
Yeah, he could use one.
Don, 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 don. Boom, 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 boom.
3 p.m. Monday, January 4th. We drove down to the Penny Arcade on South Main. Harry Talmadge's friend Duke wasn't there. The manager of the place gave us his home address, and we left to check it out. Duke wasn't at his home either. We staked out the place for the rest of the afternoon, but he failed to show. At 8:30 that night, officers from Homicide came out to relieve us. Frank and I stopped for dinner, then we went back to the office. 10:05 p.m. You want to grab that, Joe? Got it. Homicide, Friday. Yeah. Oh, he did, huh? When? Uh-huh. Did he say anything? Yeah. All right, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead. 1727. It's west. Right, I got it. Apartment 3. Okay. Right. Okay, right away.
Anything?
Duke just came home. They talked to him.
They get anything?
Talmadge's address.
Yeah.
Duke says he's there now. We got in the car and drove out to the West Hoover address. We were to meet Sergeants Jack McCready and Bill Mitchell. 1727 was an old two-story apartment house. Apartment number 23 was on the ground floor at the rear of the building. While McCready and Mitchell covered the rear exit, Frank and I went in the front way.
Don't move, cop. I'm gonna kill you.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on, get out. Yellow cop, get your hand down.
Take a look. 45 automatic. How about it, Talmadge? That's your gun?
Sure, it's mine. What of it?
Why'd you kill him?
Because I wanted to, that's all. He was a cop.
Is that your only reason?
I told you he was a cop. Shot him, that's all. What's the difference?
Big one, mister.
Why? Got my weight, so I killed him. Just one cop less. What's the difference?
Ask his family. They'll tell you.
On March 26th, trial was held in Department 92, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of manslaughter, which is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not to exceed 10 years.